sustained and growing in the year 2025-2026. Administration, however, still remains highly budgeted for, and rural development seeing a modest increase. Now, the slide number 9 talks to the challenges of agriculture as well of the sector. In this, when we look at the first challenge that we have identified while we're doing this analysis is that we sought to find that there's a challenge with cross-border crime and security issues. Here it says that farmers along the Lesotho border are contending with increased crime, including livestock theft and unauthorized grazing by unbranded animals from Lesotho. These concerns are at least receiving attention. We should at least acknowledge that from provincial authorities to improve border security measures. The second challenge is one on climate change and weather variability. Excessive rainfall have led to crop losses and delayed planting seasons. The province experienced more than 200% of the long-term average rainfall in 2021, resulting in waterlogged field and damaged crops. Slide number 10, when you look at the third challenge, which talks to economic pressures and rising production costs. The increasing fuel and diesel prices have elevated production costs for farmers, leading to financial strain within the farming community. The other one challenge was also the agro-processing development. Here there is a recognized need to enhance agro-processing capabilities within the Free State to prevent the export of raw agricultural products for processing elsewhere. The Department of Agriculture and Rural Development has been tasked with formulating an agro-processing strategy to add value locally and stimulate economic growth. One that the department can possibly provide a report to honorable members as and when the honorable members engage with the said department. The other challenge is on land inequality and reform. Persistent land ownership disparities with a significant portion of land still owned by the minority continue to pose socio-economic challenges. This is also one issue that the honorable members, the legislature together with the department can work together and find how they can find a solution regarding this. The other one is the high input costs and market fluctuations. The rising cost of inputs like fertilizers, seeds, and fuel can significantly affect profitability, supply issues, and the weak local currency. Farmers also face market fluctuations where global demand and commodity prices can swing widely, creating uncertainty in income. Now, after we have uncovered all these challenges, we came across a number of achievements that the department has achieved in the previous financial year, and others have also been highlighted also in this year. The first one is that in March 2025, the department hosted its first Youth in Agriculture Provincial Summit in Bloemfontein, following district-level dialogues conducted during September 2024. More than 1,300 emerging farmers took part in it, engaging with government officials, academics, investors, and agrarian experts. Another recent milestone, a Remoho investment in agriculture farm near Bethlehem in February 2005 took place. The event underscored steps towards transforming the fruit growing sector, particularly through investments in apple production and processing facilities aligned with the National Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan. So I think we can applaud the department for these admirable achievements. The other findings is that we also see that these initiatives reflect a strategic progress towards transforming youth inclusion. So this is just the highlight on these achievements that I've just spoken to. Now, challenges as they relate to the department are as follows. No, honorable members, I think it's the wrong slide. My apologies. We're actually on slide 13. My apologies. Slide 13 basically talks about the challenges. Challenges such persistent drought conditions, sporadic snowfall in early 2024, and multiple felt fires, including those major fires between September 26 and 29 of 2024 that destroyed grazing land and infrastructure. We, however, give credit to the Free State Agriculture for contributing relief through raffish donations and disaster fund payouts. Farmers are also grappling with escalating input costs that have been heightened by rising Eskom tariffs and minimum wage adjustments, which significantly raised operational expenses, especially in irrigation, poultry, slide that I'm talking to, it's not there on the slide, but I will make corrections. My apologies for that. The other finding was on infrastructure deficiencies. Damaged or poorly maintained provincial roads impeded market access and increased transport costs, limiting the sector's growth potential. Though some sections of major routes were transferred to SANRAL for repair, many rural access roads still remain in dire condition. The other last finding is that the recent outbreak of foot and mouth disease in July 2025 on a commercial farm near Kroonstad triggered quarantine measures and vaccination efforts. Though national authorities acquired vaccine suppliers, the situation, however, highlighted the need for improved then we go over to recommendations. A number of recommendations were made as a result, because the main reason of doing this analysis is that we would like to recommend a few things so that the department can possibly implement it so that to improve their performance in future. The first, we would first recommend that support for emerging and small-scale farm field training and mentorship. The second recommendation is that the department must facilitate access to affordable credit, quality seeds, fertilizers, and machinery through partnerships with private and development finance institutions for farmers. The third one is to support the creation of cooperatives and link them to both domestic and international markets. The fourth one is ensuring that beneficiaries of land reform post-settlement support, including infrastructure and technical advice. As we continue with the recommendation, is that the agro-processing and value chain development, I'm not going to talk to this particular one, honorable members, because I have already spoken to it in the previous slide. We recognize that interventions have started on the part of the department to address issues of climate change. We have agriculture, agroforestry, and drought tolerant warning system for floods, droughts, and pest outbreak will also go a long way. Thank you very much, honorable members. Thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable members who are supposed to get, I am not sure if there's an apology for them or what, but they are not here. But we have received the documents on our packages for the meeting of the Office of the Premier. If honorable members do not have, can you just kindly get to the emails or the WhatsApp group? The document is there because we don't know why they are not in the meeting. Thank you, Metropolitan. You can sit down. So what we are going to do now, we're going to get to agenda number 4.3, which is now the Department of Agriculture on the APP and the strategic plan. Yeah, good morning, MEC.
Good morning, Chair.
Yes, I see that this morning you are alone. Your team is not.
No, I was told the team must be outside whilst this other presentation is made.
Okay.
So I'm sure they must be called.
Okay, let's just call them. They are just been called so that we can take the APP and the strategic plan of the department. Honorable Jacobson.
While we're waiting for the department, I don't understand how this building does not have Wi-Fi. It costs 500 Rand a month uncapped from iTech or one of these suppliers. And we all have laptops now, we're working off computers, and this building doesn't have Wi-Fi. We're living in a previous century. Yeah, gee.
I agree with you, Honorable Jacobson.
It's an issue that belongs to the Rules Committee, where honorable member is serving.
But also we have the chair of budget and oversight in our midst, that she must pursue this issue of Wi-Fi. That legislature must give us Wi-Fi here. I think you are correct, Honorable Jacobson. Yeah. Thank you. MEC, good morning once again. HOD and the DDG, you are welcome to the meeting. MEC, you can give us the opening remarks.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to take too much time with opening remarks. Although the team did not hear the analysis presented, I think it's quite a solid analysis. It's in line with the issues that I think we have been outlining in our various reports. I think we are in a better position now than we were last year this time. I think unofficially what the audit process we will be concluding formally towards Friday, I think. But eventually our performance information is improving slightly from a disclaimer to a qualification, which means in the last few months we have at least been able to put in place or improve and change some of the processes, procedures, the standing operating procedures that has been deficient in the past. So obviously our strat plan, I think we've already heard it is aligned to government priorities over the MTDP. The APP, there's been so many developments since the finalization of the APP, but in the engagement we can highlight some of them, especially when it comes to stakeholder engagement and cooperation with other institutions such as the IDC, the Land Bank, commodity organizations, and so on. So let me hand over to HOD and, acting HOD and our DDG, Tati Tsuametsi. Who else is here? It's the three of us, sadly. It's the state of the department. We are limited. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Tsomitsu will do the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD. Yeah, you can just. Laptop. So I'm not sure, honorable members, our legal advisor is submitting documents. I'm not sure, any honorable member, can you just assist us with the HOD and the DDG to take an oath or affirmation? Yes, DDG. Firstly, you must take an oath for affirmation. I take an oath. Honorable Chief Whip, can you just assist us? I know that you can do it on top of the head. Unlike me, I have to read it all the time so that I say the word correctly.
Are you going to take an oath or an affirmation? Please.
I think this is another mandate, honorable members, that we must give to budget and oversight, that they must have more legal advisors so that we don't have to have, when one person gets to go somewhere and then now there's the committee, there's no one that is going to do that particular work. And now honorable members must start to be the one that are doing that work, which is not part and parcel of their responsibility. Chair of the budget oversight, that issue, they must have more legal advisors. Each committee, if possible, must have its own legal advisor so that we don't have this situation. Let's proceed with the presentation, DDG. I think Chief Whip will deal with it a little bit later when they are taking the responses.
and building a capable and ethical developmental state. So as a department, different programs, they do find expression in the three priorities that were the
Yes.
7th priorities of
Yes,
the...
I can take you through now.
Thank you, Chair.
Are you going to take an oath on affirmation?
An oath?
State your full names.
Muso Martin Tsometsi.
Do you swear that you will tell the truth to the committee and nothing else but the truth? If so, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you. And also an affirmation.
An oath.
Please state your full names.
Tshepo Ntuli Mabilo.
Do you swear that you will tell the truth to the committee and nothing else but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And then as indicated, we want to also indicate that the department, in terms of its budget structure and its program, it's got 8 programs that will be administration, sustainable resource management, agricultural producer support and development, veterinary services, research and development, agricultural economic services, agricultural education and training, and rural development. The MD, the medium-term development plan clearly directs under priority 3 as to what should be the critical areas of focus that the 7th administration is focusing on. And our program 1, which is the champion of providing strategic leadership and direction, and also ensuring that we are able to implement the priorities of good governance, identified the following indicators and indicators that will be informing our contribution under that priority. The first one is the appreciation that there is nothing that we can do without producing a strategic document that we have to develop and get to be approved. And we intended to produce 2 documents in that space. Number of budget development and resources allocation. In terms of planning and strategic development, we need to ensure that our budget is aligned to the priorities that we are contributing to, and therefore, going forward, we needed to look into the budget that we have and how it is aligned. Organizational structure and development, because we are entering into the 7th administration and there's new priorities that we have to implement, we need to review our organizational redesign so as to ensure that for the next 5 years we create an organizational capacity and organizational structure that will then be able to meet and assist us to implement our priorities. The issues around unqualified and clean audit still remains a priority, and it is our intention to achieve 100%. And as the MEC had indicated, that we are moving in that direction, and at the right time when we present in the legislature, we'll then be able to share the outcome of the current audit outcome. We are living in a space where risk is important and risk mitigations are important, and therefore, we still continue to deal with risk matters and ensure that we comply where we needed to comply. There's a directive that we need to ensure as we manage our financials that we adhere to the 30-day payment, and we still need to increase and improve the culture of the payment within 30 days, and that then becomes a critical area of our focus. Because we are living in a program 1 is a program that is regulated and that has to deal with compliance issues. Under that indicator, we indicated that we need to, on a day-to-day basis, comply with DPSA compliance report and produce the necessary report that we need to produce. So that gives us a perspective of what is it that we intend to do under good governance, issues of corruption, and issues of putting systems in place. The program 2 deals with sustainable resource and the use of sustainable resource and management. Under this program, that is where we intend, in terms of the mandate that we have, to deal with issues around land care, to deal with issues around disaster, to deal with issues around early warning system in terms of climate change, and also to ensure that we contribute in the EPWP program by creating green jobs. And the indicators that we have will also be reflecting our responsibility in terms of agricultural engineering capacity that we need to provide to our programs, so as to ensure that projects and programs that we implement, they do get engineering support, and we are able to issue completion certificates around them. Because we are confronted with a situation of climate change, and we are also confronted with the challenge that from time to time, land will not be utilized fully, you get to receive requests to deal with the rehabilitation of the land so that it can then be made available for production purposes. And it is our responsibility, therefore, to identify this land and make sure that we rehabilitate it and make it available for production. Conservation agriculture is very key in the area of climate change, and therefore we encourage our farmers to move towards utilizing conservation agriculture as a method of production, so as to make sure that the land can be utilized fully. Like I indicated, that in the space, whatever we do, it is our intention, therefore, to utilize our resources to create green jobs as part of the priority one that deals with economic growth and job creation opportunities. From time to time, you'll get farmers coming and indicating that they need support to deal with their farm management plans and to deal with the ecosystem. And therefore, this program is the program that will then be producing the ecosystem reports and allowing the process to the farmers to then be in a better position to deal with the challenges. Free State has a challenge of disaster in the form of felt fires, and one of our responsibility on a daily basis is to share early warning alerts so that the farmers can then be able to know what is the climatic condition and then to be able to prepare themselves under that conditions. Our critical program is a program called Program 3. Under this program, that is where we are implementing the comprehensive producer support policy. That is where we are supporting our farmers to contribute to the competitive commodities that the country has actually identified as competitive commodities that the Free State must try and invest in. Just to pause here and shed some light, Chairperson, is that as a department, we form part and parcel of what is called sector indicators. Now, for those sector indicators to be developed and to be adopted, as a country, we then come together and identify as to what are the commodities that are critical and that are competitive for these of different provinces, and indicate that from your province, these are the commodities that you should pay more attention on, notwithstanding that from time to time you might get producers that can come up with additional commodities, but your investment should assist us to then contribute in these commodities. So for us, as the Free State, we are expected to contribute under red meat. We're expected to contribute under the grains. We're expected to contribute under horticulture. We're also expected to contribute under poultry. We have, as the Free State, in our province, an infrastructure that is dealing with aquaculture in Kharib. This is a center that is available to train people in the country and also in SADC on aquaculture. And that center is a center that we are utilizing to provide training and development around aquaculture So we do have that, and we are receiving funding for that. We contribute because we are dealing with red meat and we are dealing with poultry. We needed to also make sure that there's sufficient feed, and we are also contributing under pasture. Recently, with the consultation that has taken place with the young people in the province, there's an emergence of a number of young people that have applied and identified the need to invest in beekeeping. So this is like one indicator, then that will not be an indicator of your transversal indicator, but it will be a provincial-led indicator because of the interest that is emerging within. That is why you will see it in brackets having a P. So that P will indicate that it is provincial. It's a provincial indicator, it's not a transversal indicator. Members will recall that recently with the visits of the Deputy President in our province, with the indication and interest in the deciduous fruit, the Eastern Free State has been identified as a district that can be able to assist us as a province to contribute in deciduous fruit. And we have already started with an apple project that we are investing in, and we have issued out a call to the people of the Eastern Free State to start investing and applying to participate in the space. And we hope that in our partnerships with the traditional leadership, we'll then be able to also unlock the traditional land that we can then be able to utilize for this program. So that is an opportunity of an area where we are looking at investing. The priority directs that we need to invest in black commercial producer support. The current analysis that we have is that the bulk of our farmers, we have a bulk of our farmers in the category of subsistent and smallholder. But there will then be those that we have been supporting that are at the brink of being commercial. And therefore, with an indicator like this, it creates an opportunity for us to identify all those that has the potential to be fully fledged commercial, and working together with our different partners in terms of the blended funding models, we should then be able to try and support our producers in that space. We have realized after we had a consultation with stakeholders, farmers union and different stakeholders, that we are not doing much in ensuring that our extension officers are visible. And therefore, under this indicator, what we have now intended to do is that outside their normal engagement at localities, we want to then consolidate the activities and create what we call municipal-based Farmers' Day. So ultimately, it is an intervention that we are putting in place that will also be contributing into the DDM model. We'll identify critical municipalities, and then we'll have one Farmers' Day in that particular municipalities and invite all the farmers in that space to come into a Farmers' Day, and by so doing, begin to promote, first and foremost, the policy on comprehensive producer support and all the activities that, functions that we are doing, but also expose our farming community into opportunities that are out there working together with our partners. The next issue that was raised was the issue that we, as part of capacitating extension officers, knowledge is very key, and sharing of expertise between the private sector and the public sector plays a critical role. Now, a platform needed to be created where you will then be able to engage intellectually on issues that affect extension, so as to be able to look into innovative ways that you can then be able to utilize in the province around extension. So this conference, this provincial conference, will then create for us a platform where we'll do such. The general extension work, which is advisory services that we provide on a daily basis to farmers, both those that we are providing money to and those that are interested in being farmers, and from on a daily basis, they will then move into our offices and ask for advice. That indicator will then cater for that. The Free State, in terms of the food security diagnosis, it has been identified that we still have a big challenge of food insecurity. And the indicator that deals with subsistence farmers, both at the level of households and at the level of entry farmers, allows us therefore to be able to utilize our resources under this indicator and target in a targeted way, go into areas where there are serious challenges of food insecurity, and then begin to assist our households and our subsistence farmers to be able to get support and to begin to be food, to have access to nutritious food, and with the hope that people will be food secured. Our veterinary service, which is program 4, plays a critical role in the province to ensure that we are on top of the game when it comes to disease control. We're on top of the game when it comes to compliance in terms of food security. We're on top of the game when it comes to creating opportunity for export for our exporting farmers. And we continue to make sure that from time to time we create awareness and we ensure that the infrastructure that we have will be able to assist us to do same. Therefore, that is why you will then see that under that program, we have veterinary labs, both in Kronstadt and in Bloemfontein, that will be assisting us to collect information compliant. Our different extension of veterinary officers will then be visiting different farms so as to be able to, just like now when we have the challenge of the foot and mouth disease, we needed to make sure that we are out there in the areas that are affected, and we are able to then visit the affected areas and ensure that we continue to collect samples and we continue to test. Chair and members, for us to be able to export, for us to be able to benefit on the trade agreement that the country is entering into, the issue of biosecurity and traceability becomes very key and important. And therefore, because it is a new area of work, we have decided to create this indicator to start this engagement. And you will appreciate that from both the minister and the MEC's pronouncement, that the issue of biosecurity is non-negotiable, because it has a critical impact on the economy of the country and on us being able to participate in trade. So you will see very soon a lot of engagement, a lot of forums being created where we'll engage with different partners around the issue of biosecurity so as to be able to have a provincial view, and ultimately we hope that we'll then be able to have a provincial biosecurity strategy going forward. Like I indicated, Chair, that we're playing a critical role in facilitating exports because we are issuing export certificate through this program. And now we intend to do something that in terms of the medium-term development plan is directing. We intend to take these figures of certificates that we are issuing and convert it into the monetary value, so as to then be able to appreciate as to what is the rent value that we are facilitating in terms of the certificates that we are issuing. For our agro-processing facilities to operate, they need to adhere to the rules, so we continue to provide that service. We go to our abattoirs and provide compliance certificates for them to can then be able to continue to operate there. I've talked about the lab functions that we are performing and the targets that we have there. We are also issuing licenses for those that want to be breeders of dogs. And we are implementing that under this act. So from time to time, you will then get people coming and asking that they will want to participate, either renew their licenses or apply for new licenses, and this is the act that we are utilizing to be able to do that. Our research and development program, it is the program that is assisting us to deal with greening of cities, in a sense that we have the capacity and the facility where we are producing indigenous plants, and from time to time, as and when we engage, we utilize those indigenous plants for purposes of greening the cities. It is in the same program where we are dealing with the training on the aquaculture and Harib, and it is in the same program where colleagues are producing research work, and through their research work, then they are able to do what is called transfer of knowledge. And in this open days that we are talking about, that is where then they will also be available to share the outcome of their research, so that farmers can then be able to get information around what is current and what are the new developments that are available within the sector. We are also producing research papers, and we are actually being peer reviewed by our peers in terms of the research work that we are doing under this program. Program 6 is the one that deals with economic development and services. And under this program, Chair, we are dealing with 3 critical issues. The first issue that we are dealing with is that we support projects that are identified to be able to develop business plans that will be costed and be able to implement under what is called production economics. But secondly, it is in this area where we are assisting our farmers to gain market access. And we assist them by identifying outlets out there and ensuring that we work with them to be able to secure those markets. But in addition, because for you to be able to participate in the market access, the standards that gets to be set, we provide skills and we provide opportunities for our farmers to gain the required skills for them to be able to participate at that level. And we also contribute at the agro-processing level. And we produce economic reports on a quarterly basis under this program. Our program 7 is the one that deals with skills and development. And under this program, that is where we are hosting our College of Agriculture. That is where we are hosting our partnership with AgriCita, dealing with RPL programs and other skills development programs. And that is where we are also hosting the skills development programs that we are providing to individual farmers in different areas of work. And lastly, it is a program where we are hosting the unemployed graduates that we committed to employ for a period of 2 years. And we employ 120 over a period of 2 years and renew as and when the contracts are ending. Rural development is program 8. Under rural development, it's a program where we intend to coordinate the integration of investment by different sector departments in the rural space. And this we will do by championing the process of profiling areas which need investment and intervention. We will also do, which is a new indicator, by participating, we've already started with the process of engaging with the different role players to participate in the rural safety committees and rural safety coordination. The area here, what we envisage is that working together with police, roads and transport, with the police, in a cluster manner, we'll then be able to contribute, bring our farmers on board, identify critical rural areas that needs intervention, and then be able to collectively provide interventions in the rural safety interventions. It is also here that we intend to engage and coordinate district rural economic reporting so as to be able to report what investment are we doing in the rural space in each and every district, in line with commitments that different sector departments will have made in their budgets and in their strategic plans. Because in rural development, historically coming from when we started with the process of outcome-based, we used to have what was called Outcome 7, and the Department of Agriculture had the responsibility to coordinate all sector departments and ensuring that all those sector departments commit to what is it that they are doing in the rural space, whether it is human settlement, whether it's water, whether it's roads, whether it's rural safety, all of them, and whether it's enterprise development in terms of the rural economy, all those sector departments needs to be coordinated, and in a coordinated manner, they need to then be able to commit and provide their investment. So, Chair, this is our strategic plan linked with the APP in terms of the targets and the different quotas as and when we'll be reporting as we come back to the legislature to come and report. I thank you, sir.
Thank you, DDG. Can you then give us the strategic plan? That can take you 5 minutes, DDG, not the amount of time that you have taken. You are lecturing us now. Can you kindly, it's 8 slides, it will take you 5 minutes to talk to the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, if we deal with the strategic plan, it should actually be 1 page, and that 1 page will say the 3 priorities that we have there are fully aligned with the MDP, and they are fully aligned with the provincial growth and development strategy. And having done that, what we then did was to then say, based on this commodity that National have indicated that we need to invest, what is our current baseline? Now, you'll find in the strategic document that we've identified all those commodities where we are number 1 in the country, where we're number 2 in the country, and when we are number 3 in the country. And our approach was then to say, we intend to ensure that we contribute 5% from the baseline going forward. So with the money that we have, with the work that we have just presented as the work that we do, we will then want to see a 5% increase coming from the work that we are doing as a department with different farmers that we have. And lastly, Chair, what I then have to indicate is that in terms of the categorization, we are supporting 3 types of category, like I've indicated: subsistent, smallholder, and commercial farmers. And like I indicated, that when we deal with commercial farmers, our approach is that it will be an approach of a blended model where we'll need to work with stakeholders and different partners so as to be able to achieve that. So the 5-year plan, as are reflected there, Chair, and these 5-year plans have now been converted into the APP, and we will then be focusing on them. But what is more critical is on the transformational target there, Chair. You will see that in the next 5 years, we intend to invest and ensure that we are able to report 75 women supported and 75 youth producers supported. We intended to create or support 10 persons with disability and the 50 black commercial producers that I've talked about. And in terms of the investment in export, we hope that we will achieve 45,000 certificates of export that we'll need to produce. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, DDG. I think I must state that we want to spend more time to engage you than you reading the presentation for us, because when you present, at least present on issues that you want us to have attention on them, because the honorable members have already gotten the presentation, so they will want more time to engage with the department. Honorable members, those are the 2 presentations, which is the APP and the strategic plan. Can we engage the department, the MEC and the team, on the 2 documents? Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Jackelson, Honorable Pretorius, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
Chairperson, on the issue of rural development, it's reported that there's a growth, and I think this should be the second time I ask about this without clear answer. Is this growth in real terms or in nominal terms, so that we can record it as growth if it's in real terms? Now, this matter of crime, especially on cross-border crime, I see that it's reported that something is being done, but you still report animals from Lesotho and animals without tax. I don't know, I think this one really needs government in general, not agriculture in particular. Farmers are an organized society, and once you assist farmers with equipment of security, they assist government to organize that security. Now, to what extent is government organizing itself to support farmers with equipment, not necessarily to say police will do this or that, because I think I wouldn't say it's a unit, but something that farmers have organized in terms of security for themselves. But is government supporting them? I think this is exactly the same as on the issues of fires. I know that in the past one used to try to lobby that farmers should be assisted with this fire equipment, because in small areas, once farmers have that, they are also able to assist community when fire erupts in those areas. On the issue of agro-processing, you know, sometimes we always talk about Free State as a food basket. But for quite some time, as government, we have not done much to assist farmers in that area. I'm happy that in the presentation, maybe now the agriculture has taken that route of clearly categorizing the type of farmers we have in the province and support to farmers in terms of those categories. Because I know in the olden days or previously, you'd have this support to farmers only geared towards what one would be saying is emerging farmers. But when you analyze that support, it's mostly fiscal dumping. Fiscal dumping, which was meant to take resources to certain individuals. So for them to be able to do that, they will just do fiscal dumping throw things to, especially to these communal farms. So I want a situation where there's a clear intergovernmental program on agro-processing, because agriculture cannot do this if you don't identify, especially commercial farmers. Take commercial farmers from one level to another. One would make reference of the problem of Eastern Free State, where you have a lot of cherry farmers, and Eastern Free State was at some point competing with Western Cape. And Western Cape the government of Western Cape was making more investment in that, especially to bring cultivars which are drought resistant. And it was a clear plan to say after so many years, Western Cape would be a #1 producer of cherries. I'm sure now Free State is tailing behind Western Cape. I don't have clear statistics, but I'm saying this to say government should have a conscious program of saying, in terms of our landscape in agriculture, this is where we need to throw our resources with an intention of taking agriculture to new heights in these commodities, specific commodities, so that when you talk about agro-processing, you talk about agro-processing because you have adequate primary production, so that you are then able to process. We can't talk about processing if you have not funded enough or have enough capacity at a primary level to be able to process. And that's why I'm saying this really need intergovernmental approach. The STIA must get involved in that process, and other departments, so that when you talk about agro-processing, you are not looking at agriculture and think that agriculture can be able to produce commercial farmers alone, or can take commercial farmers who are red meat producers to be able to go beyond and process that red meat. Lastly, on the question of research papers, I still have to get evidence of research papers that are produced in agriculture that are related to improvement of agricultural production in the province, where you say there's a clear correlation between the research papers that are produced in the department and the strategies that agriculture is following to assist farmers. And these are clear results that stems from the research papers produced by the department. Unless they are just scholarly articles that are competing in agricultural journals, but are not related to our own challenges in the province. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Jagason.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and be as brief as possible. The first issue which arose was the shift. I want to just address the issue of shifting funds. We have agricultural support, which receives the largest amount of money, but is the underperforming program every year. Veterinary services, which is crucial currently with the outbreak of diseases, and it's going to get worse because of climate change and other aspects. And it's also crucial, your veterinary service, for those markets, especially your export markets, because a lot of the products have to be approved by veterinary services in order to be exported. Yet veterinary services is not getting the support I think that they should. And a lot of the funding that is going to farmer support could perhaps be channeled rather to veterinary services and biosecurity, which should be included into veterinary services, because it has a huge economic impact on our agricultural sector. When you get an outbreak of a disease, livestock are destroyed, the farmers can't export, they can't sell their products, and it affects the local economy of the Free State. And we are right at the top nationally in terms of production, but that production is not going to help if you can't offset it because of these issues. So I really think that at some stage you're going to have to look at your funding model and how you can shift the funds to where it's going to be most useful. And then the second issue, just regarding the land reform, which was mentioned briefly. Perhaps the MEC can share with us on the record some of the challenges experienced with the Department of Land Reform, because I know they buy the land and I often refer issues to the MEC regarding the beneficiaries, but the department is expected to just support all these individuals who on this land which the national department allocates. And there doesn't seem to be coordination between the province and national, and these beneficiaries fall between the cracks, because when we raise some of the issues we get told, but it's a land reform issue. For example, at Wepene, Land Reform Board farms on the Lesotho border. They're Lesotho cattle grazing there, and it's rented out to people from Lesotho, which is a biosecurity hazard for us and a security issue for the local farmers there, because it's often used as a transit. So it seems that land reform in the Free State, which is a national department, is one of the problems when it comes to the Department of Agriculture, but also agriculture in general and some of the issues that you've raised. Chair, and then with the veld fires, I want to agree with Honorable Khobane. We need to distribute equipment, but it's no good just giving a project a firefighter. That needs to be loaded on a vehicle. That vehicle, when there's a fire, needs trained people to utilize it, and also diesel and petrol. So you offload a firefighter, and often it stands there in a shed, and it's probably not even utilized because the people on the ground don't have the resources or the training to actually use it. And the training is important because you can't go and fight a fire from the front, you're going to die. You have to fight it from the side or behind, and a lot of people just charge into the fire because they've got water, and when the first wind comes up, the fire runs faster than a bakkie can drive, and that's when people actually die in these fires. You need to train people as well. And then the legacy projects, and we heard that the term fiscal dumping being used in the past on projects. Do we know what these projects are? Perhaps the department can tell us what projects are out there where this dumping allegedly took place. And I'm thinking of Diatalawa, Wilhelmina, the fish farms, many of them in the Garib district. The Garib fish hatchery, which we heard is a center for aquaculture. That's the research part. What about the hatchery part, which is supposed to supply the local farmers with fishlings? There was a lot of money invested in those farms to utilize it. There was supposed to be a processing plant which cost, I think, about 40 million, which nothing came of. That was supposed to transform the agricultural economy in the Garib district, and yet all what we have left is a research center there. With all the other resources, I don't think have the funds to resource them effectively. There are various poultry projects, the Virginia poultry project, huge batteries standing there. And I visited many of these in the past. There's just nothing. That Virginia poultry project is probably one of the most prominent. There's the Vrede Dairy. We don't know what's happening there. And there are various other projects that we don't, as a committee, know what's happening. And at some stage, there have been private sector interest in some of these. I know the poultry, for example, there have been private sector saying, can't we do public-private partnerships or joint ventures with the beneficiaries to get these projects going? And the department in the past has just said, sorry, we're not interested in the private sector getting involved, because probably they were trying to hide the fact that it was fiscal dumping. Chair, and then there's one issue which I think is very important. All these projects that the department invests in, and when we go and look at them, they do not take into account the animal welfare aspect of it. So you build batteries, you build pens for pigs, but the welfare is not taken into account. And your market out there is becoming very welfare conscious regarding free-range products. So you're creating and investing in projects that might not have markets in future, because many of your large stores are saying, but we want free range, and our consumers want free range, because the consumers are becoming welfare aware, and they're becoming aware of the fact that animals are actually sentient beings. Chair, and then the dog breeding licenses we heard about. It's good that we issue licenses for this, because it's a huge problem. But what are the penalties for not complying? It's no good saying we're going to license some people, but then you've got hundreds or thousands of people breeding dogs, backyard, and there are no penalties for that. And who's going to police this? It should be a municipal issue, and it should be in the bylaws. And you should pressurize municipalities to do this, to have dog licenses, and then also regulate breeding. And then, but if there aren't penalties, it doesn't work either. So I just want to know, what are the penalties for that? Chair, conservation, agriculture, we hear a lot about this, but we don't get told in the projects that are taking place, how is this happening? Because these projects, most of them have collapsed. Is the crop rotation taking place? Is there minimal disturbance of the soil, etc., in these projects? Or is this left to the private sector, to the commercial sector? Are they being policed, and the projects that the department is involved in just put it as a performance indicator? The outbreak of pests. your reaction to that, is it research-based? Or does what we call gifsmoser, does someone selling poison come to the extension officer and say, this is a huge crisis, we need to spray poison? And then the department gets into a panic, and suddenly you go and spray poison everywhere. When in fact, if you speak to entomologists, and I happen to be married to one, they'll tell you, listen, it's too late to spray. A lot of your wheat, for example, your wheat aphids, people will say spray. They say it's too late to spray. There, it's already laid its pupas and things. It's past the stage where spraying is going to help, so you're wasting your money. So you need experts to say at this stage, when it starts, this is when you need to take preventative measures, and not once you already have the outbreak. You need preventative measures, but that takes research again. And I'm not sure that the extension officers are able to deal with those kinds of things. The research and development, I also wrote it down as a point. Can we get copies of the research papers so that we can also read them and perhaps get a bit of information on what's being put out there by the department? The farmer support, again, Chairperson, we heard about the target to get competitive farmers going. But how is this being done? How many of the farmers that we've already invested in are competitive? And competitive means they're commercial and they're self-sufficient and sustainable. That's what competitive is, and they're able to put products in the market that compete with other commercial farmers. Linked to this, the apples in the Eastern Free State. And I've raised this previously and I haven't received a decent reply. The project at Bethlehem, we were told that Heineken is involved. Now the SEZ, the Department of Distia, are telling us that Heineken is invested there with a private sector venture from that farming operation in Harrismith. So is Heineken invested in that apple project there, or is it at Diatalabo, or are they involved in both? We don't know this, but we just hear that both departments are involved with this, and we don't know that there's coordination taking place between the SEZ and the Department of Agriculture. Chair, and then the extension officers, what training do they get? Because farming is a business, and most of the projects fail because it's not run as a business, it's run as a welfare project. And are the extension officers able to assist people with business practices? Because farming, I always say, land is one thing, but you need equipment, you need expertise, and part of that expertise is business. That's probably the most important part of agriculture, is the expertise, and especially the business training. Your equipment you can get, your capital you can get, your land is available, but that's the thing that is most scarce. Chair, and then lastly, the rural safety committees, the engagements and the support. We heard that it seems to be various government departments talking to each other. Are the farmers actually involved in this rural safety committee? And I agree with the support. They need cameras along the border. You need control rooms to monitor those cameras. In some instances, drones, etc. You can only fight rural safety concerns and cross-border crime with technology. We don't have the manpower to walk along that border 24 hours a day. You need technology to do that. You need movement sensors. You need those types of technologies, firearm discharge sensors, all those things in order to deal with this. So instead of investing in manpower, putting more troops on the border who mostly sit in the shebeens, I've seen them rather just invest in manpower. It'll be much better for us all. Chair, and then lastly, just a strategic plan. We seem to be chasing targets, which is quantitative and not quality. We should rather be focusing on, when it comes to especially land reform and rural development, on sustainable individual farmers, those family farms that can be, the knowledge, the investment can be transferred from father to son and daughter, and then to the next. We need generational farming to take place. Projects are not going to deal with our land reform issues in South Africa. We need to have commercial family farms, and that's all your commercial farms are family farms. And then also look at the share equity schemes. If you're going to, a lot of farmers need capital to expand, we'll give their farm workers that capital to invest in existing commercial enterprises and let them have a share in an existing commercial enterprise and get the benefits of it. If you'd done that in Vrede Dairy, our beneficiaries would be receiving more than 5 kilograms of meat and R1,000 Rand gift voucher for almost R500 million worth of investment so far. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Jacobson. Honorable Pretorius.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've been greatly covered by the substantive submissions by my colleagues, but I just also want to stress and emphasize the issue regarding the border security in the Free State. And my concern and my question is to the department, is there actually a real plan on the table? I understand it's a multi-stakeholder approach that's being followed there between, I would believe, the SNDF, SAPS, the border management, Department of Home Affairs, etc. But the department as the mouthpiece in the province for farmers on the level of government is there enough being done, and is there a comprehensive plan on the table for border security, and where is that plan? When was it drafted? Where is it at? I just want to know that this matter is really getting serious attention, whole of society approach, everyone's on board, and there must be clear objectives, what is being done, what's the budget, with all of the various stakeholders. And Chair, and then just also on engagement, I'm very concerned about our water resources in the province. After last week's engagement with the various municipalities, we are well aware that our natural resources, our water resources are being polluted, the Vaal River, the Orange River, the Gariep Dam. What is the department's engagement with DWS, with the district councils on environmental health practitioners? Because if we leave this thing of our rivers being polluted and our dams being polluted, we're going to sit with a serious crisis that's going to cost the Free State economy millions of rands. So what is the department's engagement again with the stakeholders? And then in terms of the department's engagement with the University of the Free State, I do understand the UFS is envisioning to bring about or to roll out the veterinary services education at the institution in a few years' time. Just want to get an indication, is the department actively engaging the UFS about where they can work together and to benefit to the province? And then lastly, just to join the Honourable Jenkinson's request for oversight on those various sites, is that at some stage I would love the committee to also go, or even if we can get an invite from the Honourable MEC to go and visit the Glen Agricultural College to see those upgrades that have been done there, as well as have been mentioned in the presentation, the Gariep aquaculture facility as well. If we can go and visit these entities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pretorius. Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you so much. Chairperson, let me also welcome the presentation from the department on APP's chair, indicator number 6.1.2. I just want to check with the department what kind of method do they use to make farmers aware that they have that kind of system, support system. The second one is on program 7, indicator 7.1.3. How many students did the Glen College accommodate? And maybe the requirement on the entry level. Chair, on strategic plan, Let me applaud the department chair by practicing gender equity on their 5 years plan. It includes youth, women, and person living with disability. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. I think the other thing that we need to ask the department, when you look at the program 3, most of the targets are in this third quarter and fourth quarter, first quarter and second quarter. There are no targets from 3.11 up until 3.112. Just to get an explanation, and I had the issue of facilitation of exports from the Free State. Perhaps if we can just get an understanding of the Free State as well as a province has memorandum of understanding with on agriculture with different countries. What is the department doing with those memorandum of understanding? If you are able to facilitate or get into this space whereby you are facilitating exports markets for farmers, are you utilizing or tapping on these MOUs that are existing in the province or not? But that will be all of the questions that we have for the department. MEC and your team can reply.
Thanks, Chair. I will try to deal with some of the issues, and then acting HOD and DDG will come in. I think maybe I should start with the issues of land reform and rural development. I think the honourable member is correct. There is a lack of coordination and lack of information sharing between our provincial department and the National Department Land Reform and Rural Development. When it comes to, from anything like the CPAs, Betani, Diatalawa, the Farmer Production Support Units, the FPSUs, projects that where land is allocated and either no post-settlement support or insufficient post-settlement support has been given. So it's like we are now playing catch-up, running after the problems created by the land allocations. This year we'll be funding Melkraal, Kutlanong Farmers Trust, Gawelu project. Those are all problems created by the Department of Land Reforms, implementation of allocation of land with insufficient or no post-settlement support. We've recently raised with the Minister, we are going to request an independent review of the issues of Betani. In 25 years, neither Land Reform nor Betani's committee itself could give us updated beneficiary lists. It can't be. Betani is under judicial administration for the past 4 years. The judicial administrator can't even get cooperation from the committee to extract documentation. There's lots of allegations and counter-allegations. They had a herd of about 3,000 cows, it's down to 700. There is hardly anything sustainable in Betani. There's no shops, but there are 7 shebeens. The school that government built has been closed because of dwindling numbers. There's no clinic, so closest medical facility would be Ehrenberg. It is really a difficult situation, but it seems that rural development officials themselves are part of the problems. They would work with one group, and then that group starts fighting, and they split. And then different officials work with different groups. So we are having a lot of challenges in the land reform environment. We've also asked, now that the 2 departments nationally have separated, land reform should also relook its own configuration of its provincial offices. They have what they call shared services. And that model does not really work. There is really not sufficient coordination or integration. We find out by accident projects that are funded by them. So we are not always sure. Are we not funding the same thing? So there's really room for a lot of improvement, but there we are pretty much in the hands of the National Department. Their restructuring process should be able to address some of those issues as well. I wanted to talk to cooperation with other institutions, for example, IDC. We've put in a lot of work to bring ourselves and IDC, our processes and funding opportunities closer together. We've recently assisted them to try to resolve problems with beneficiaries in one of their projects in Welkom. It's a chicken feed manufacturing plant. We initially funded Vergezocht, they picked it up, the project ran into trouble. But now, fortunately, that project is on its way to resuscitation. The partner that was introduced was bought out. And the project is now, there is a reinvestment from IDC in that project. There is a big investment of about, I think it's about 160 million in a chicken plant in Tennyson. We are not directly involved, but we are able to assist, to engage with the municipality to resolve certain, whether it's zoning issues or matters that fall within the mandate of, that's a 160 million project. Matters that fall within the municipal space. There's also an investment, it's a project that we also initially invested in Roosendaal, Matubaku. They deal with asparagus, they actually supply Woolworths. They are investing another 30 million in that project. So more and more, we are able to now refer projects to them to say they've reached a certain level up to where we can take them, but they need a bigger step. We have discussed with them many of these chicken projects that are in trouble or that have collapsed in the Free State. They have different requirements. They are not funding small projects. It's within a certain cycle, you must produce, for example, like 50,000 layers must be produced, eggs, or 20,000 per cycle meat. So that's way above what our small or subsistence producers can look at. But we are targeting more our emerging farmers that have gone beyond pure subsistence to push them into some of the developmental programs. Then, obviously, they also have different kind of funds. It's the Agri-Industrial Fund, you've got the Black Industrialist Fund, but most of that is blended finance. And it seems to us that from National Treasury, that is the direction National Treasury wants to push, is blended finance, which is part loan, part grant. But that will cut out our small-scale and subsistence farmers. So we need to find a balance on that. I hear the members have issues around the funding. I fully agree. Veterinary services are underfunded. But unfortunately, us as a department don't have money. If we barely have 1.9% of the provincial budget, you are reliant on what you can do in terms of conditional grants. And in terms of CASP, there's a certain percentage that can go to veterinary services. And we can't change that. So we are stuck until the department's funding position improves. Even when it comes to issues like agro-processing, Destia refers people to us and we refer them straight back to Destia because neither of us have money to invest in agro-processing. We're talking about people that need big money for processing. And unfortunately, CASP, the main focus is primary production. I think Honorable Khobani mentioned it. It's primary production. When it comes to export markets or even national markets, we have the SA GAP program, but it is a smallish program, and it's few people that really can benefit from that. On cross-border crimes, you are correct, it's a multi-stakeholder process. It seems to have been, the police have their own rural safety summit, they have a plan, but Home Affairs and National Public Works on the border itself also have different engagements. So I think all of these stakeholders still need to be brought together. I cannot put a plan on the table now to say, there's the plan, because it's not driven by us, but we contribute. The rural safety committees, I think they have been resuscitated, and organized agriculture as well as individual farmers. play significant roles, but also our traditional leaders, for example in Kwakwa, are very critical to the whole border safety process. I hear the Glen College and some of these other projects. I think we will schedule that. Earlier, I had an informal conversation, I think 2 weeks ago, we attended, we didn't even know they existed, this facility on the border of Herzogsville and Christiana, Westgrow. Westgrow controls 65% of potato production in South Africa. And if you understand really the scale on which they operate, you understand how there is a disconnect between that kind of established industry and our emerging farmer processes. We have not supported really potato farmers in any significant way over the last few years. So we are structuring agreements with them and partnerships on how to expand on that sector. We also have Beefmaster there, and Beefmaster buys, you can't even begin to imagine the amount of animal feed they buy, the amount of grain. But they, for example, cannot buy from the Herzogsville silos because the silos are inaccessible. Herzogsville, with that kind of industries, and Tokologo, could be one of the richest municipalities in the Free State. If we are able to get the rural dynamics of the secondary and tertiary roads, those kind of things, if we can get that sorted out. So there's a lot of work there that we are beginning to look at, to bring commodity organizations as well as those private sector organizations closer to us. I don't think we have had a healthy relationship with commodity organizations. If we were working, for example, with Poultry SA, we would not sit with the problems of Virginia, mega poultry project. I don't know when the member last saw, he said he saw something there. Those things are vandalized to the ground. There's nothing left. And those are some of the huge problems we are dealing with the failed projects. I think we've, I don't know if I've shared that report with the committee, but we can share that report which per district outlines the projects that are in trouble. And 70% minimum is because of beneficiary problems, beneficiaries who start fighting amongst each other. There are 2 projects where we have finalized our position. It's Tweeling Goats and is it Frankfurt Poultry, which we are saying we are terminating our relationship. We are handing over whatever is left to Mafube. But there is no possibility of us reinvesting in those projects because both projects, there was an initial investment, there was training, there was mentors. In both cases, the project collapsed because of infighting and theft and vandalism, and there's no recovery. The department tried a second round, so now it is time to just cut our losses. And then we must deal with the consequences. What happens to whatever assets is left? Whether we simply hand it over to Mafube and say, good luck. But that's the only way, as painful as it is. But at some stage, you need to start cutting your losses. To say this was, if it was an experiment, it's a failed experiment. In some cases, like the goats, the Tweeling Goats project, there is one legitimate farmer amongst the group. And you can see he has tried whatever he could to continue on his own. So we might be looking at individuals, but as a project, no. We will not be able to continue. I hear the comments about research. I think we have had this comment before to say we must make sure that we share research papers with members and the committee. Our extension officers, it's very difficult because someone might have specialized in animal production, but they find themselves in an area that primarily produces wheat or grain. Others just the opposite. They specialized in plant production, but they find themselves amongst a livestock-intensive environment. So we encourage our extension officers to belong to their professional association because inherently they benefit from ongoing training and development. The department has its own programs. But then also that we emphasize the need to link up with the specialists in the area, whether it's a commodity organization. So more and more we see awareness days and information sessions that they do jointly with those specialist organizations. And that our ratio is still far from what it should be. But we've already advertised for extension officers. There's also assistant extension officers that's going to be appointed this year. I think the issue of the apple belt in the Eastern Free State and this issue of SEZ and Heineken has come up before. IDC is also funding apple producers now in the Eastern Free State. There is the demand for apple juice concentrate far outstrips whatever anyone can deliver there. So I think Heineken is investing in offtake agreements with anyone who is able to produce the apple juice concentrate according to the quality and standards that they need. On sustainable agriculture, yes, it's actually prohibitively expensive for many of our emerging farmers to get involved in. It's supposed to, for example, eliminate the need for fertilizer, for pesticide, but you must have sufficient land so that you can do your crop rotation or your livestock rotation. It's not as easy. And as in any other industry, there's already middlemen who has entered the space. And the savings of what is the projected savings is mostly going into the middlemen. It doesn't benefit really the farmers. It becomes an expensive exercise in itself. That is one of the main barriers that our farmers still face, is access to capital and to financing and to funding. Input costs. And that is not something that can be controlled by the farmer. He doesn't control the price he has to pay for input. The president of Free State Agriculture last year, December, mentioned, but how does maize seed cost 300,000 a ton? But when I harvest, the grain price is 4,000 a ton. Where's the profit? How do we expect these farmers to survive? So there's a lot. And fertilizer, we know the international markets have been volatile. It affects our prices. So over and above your climate change, your normal agriculture problems, increasingly, more and more, it's the input costs that are driving farmers off farms. I think there was a question also about, it was relating to border security. We need to be looking at some way where we support our farmers. Most of the farmers on the border has very sophisticated CCTV networks, radio networks, if they are not stolen. There's a group of farmers that we met in the Fourierberg area. They spent millions of their own money to try to curb the theft of small livestock like sheep, but they are also faced with crop theft. They produce vegetables, but they can't, they indicated to us they are going to stop producing certain kind of crops that is just too easy to steal. It's a losing battle. So the investment in cameras, yes, we should be looking at it, but CASP does not support security. You can't fund your security measures with CASP. It's very difficult, and we don't have any other money to fund it with. I think we should be taking a visit to Pumelela Agri, which is the former Vrede Dairy. The reports we receive suggest that they are now at break-even point. So, and we know that the new, is it the farm manager, CEO, whatever they call him, it's a very bright young man who seemed to be much more hands-on and much clearer on what needs to be done. So I think we have more of a measure of comfortability that finally that project is on track. It's far from the envisaged what it was going to be, but we are also relooking our own investment. We can't forever be investing in the same project. We must meet what is our expectations after the court order, And I think we are sort of on track with that. There are private investors who are also interested. So that is something we can still look at. We have a problem now, for example, in Harrismith, there is a good dairy project. It was sustainable, but the moment Nestlé closed down, they lost their market. They had a secondary market that has now fallen apart because of transport costs. So in that area, we need to find different logistics to get product to market. On the University of the Free State, we've recently concluded an agreement with YOFS and the Wool Growers Association that we will be embarking on a project focusing on the improvement of the quality of wool. They were focusing on Eastern Free State, and we requested that they add Garib in that program. So there we are working on operationalizing that program. It's going to have direct benefits. It's about wool sharing, from growing the sheep to improving the quality of wool and how it happens. And part of that will also be an engagement with YOFS, the veterinary science. I think their first intake was projected in 2027. So we should be concluding agreements with them to say how we are going to work together, how are we going to support. But when it comes to bursaries, it will be through Office of the Premier. But I think it addresses a dire need that is currently in the education sector. Yeah, on the poison, and I think you are referring, Honourable Member, to the armyworm outbreak. I think most of them drowned ultimately because it started raining. So our response was immediate, and I think we were assisted by the National Department with poison, so we didn't have immediate costs. But it was 2-3 weeks, but it was contained quite quickly. It was a bit in Garib, and it spread to the Tokologo, Brandfort, Masiloniana area, but it was contained, and then when the heavy rains came, the problem went away, fortunately. We have 2 confirmed cases of foot and mouth. I keep sending all of the members information as we get it. The one is at the commercial farm in Kroonstad, the other one is at a feedlot holding station in Denisville. It's been relatively quiet. We haven't had more new cases, but we should not jinx it. We had the foot and mouth disease in Daba of the Minister of Agriculture. He called last week, Monday and Tuesday, and it really brought together a lot of stakeholders, and everyone is in agreement that we should have a different approach. What we have been doing is not working. It's not containing. The moment it seems one province is getting foot and mouth under control, it simply pops up in a different province. So we're waiting for the report to be synthesized now out of the Indaba. But there is no doubt that we are going to have to implement a national traceability system, both for animals and for crops. And there is going to be pressure coming for us to invest in traceability. And traceability obviously will support and our efforts to get access to international markets, because there's no international market who now will accept product if you cannot trace back to farm, back to point of origin. So that is something we will have to look at in our planning and in our funding going forward. I think I should stop there and hand over to HOD and DDG. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MSc. On a just very interesting note at the conference, the link between stock theft and FMD, one farmer was just complaining that I think it's somewhere at the border, they stole, I think, 36 cows, but they also left 18 behind that does not belong to him. So when he tried to balance off, check to say, okay, they stole my 36, but now there's also cows here that I don't know about, and you are just highlighting actually the other risk that comes with stock theft that can then be linked, because you don't know from where are these animals and if they are bringing anything foreign to your farm. And then that was just on a lighter note. And then secondly, we have an appointment, a meeting on 6 August 2025 with Dr. Henry Best Trute on the issue of working together with UFs on the vets. The first issue will be the establishment of the second faculty of veterinary science for the country. The other issue will be upgrading the Bloemfontein Provincial Veterinary Lab as a venue for practical training. And out of this engagement in that regard, I think MEC spoke to some of the issues that I wanted to speak to. On the veld fire, we did issue equipment, but critical also training, because as correctly indicated by the honorable member, that if you give equipment but you do not provide training, you may be creating another crisis differently. So I can't just remember, can you remember the number, MEC, in terms of how many farm organizations that we donated to? But it was an extensive number that we have provided to farmers, just in agreement with what the honorable member is indicating. Most of the issues, on the issue of some of the, just to add from the guidance given by MEC, but also directive given by myself to the farmer support side, is that we really just need to look on all projects that are not savable. As per explanation of the MEC, that there are some projects where it's pure personal dynamics beyond the point of fixing whatever that is wrong. And the challenge there is that some of these projects remain open forever. So even 3 years from now, somebody's gonna come and it will be a failure project forever. It's like an evergreen failure project. So at some point, where it is really enough effort has been invested and it's not possible to save such projects, then needs to be closed. I think I will not talk to the extension officers. MEC spoke to that. And then I think on the issue of research, we will then have to provide information separate from this meeting. We'll just request permission there that we rather submit the information, and also the issue of the link to clap them together, the researchers, and what link does the researchers have to the methodology that we are applying in the environment. Then I will allow the DDG to talk to the issues of technical indicators that were asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The question was, how do farmers access the services that we provide under Program 6, in particular with relation to Agri-BEE? It's a dual process in the sense that you may get a request on a demand-driven basis, where individual approach the department to say, we do have an interest, we would like to access the Agri-BEE fund, we would like your support in assisting us to access and understand the criteria utilized and the process that you need to follow to be able to achieve that process. Alternatively, it may come from our own internal processes of our extension officers, or the projects that we have, that through the process of the linkages that we are talking about, opportunities might arise, and then people will approach the department to access that service. It's a national-led process. We are playing more of a coordination and facilitation role, an advisory role at that level. On the issue of the criteria and requirements for students to be admitted at Glen, Yes, indeed, there is a criteria. You need to have achieved a certain results in your metric. The emphasis still being within your science, your maths, scores that will then be able to allow you to be considered in that space, because you're either doing your animal production or your crop production. The current number of students that we have is 230 that are available there. Thank you. Thank you, actually.
Okay, honorable
Oh,
members.
sorry, Chair. On the issue that you raised about international relation and how do we access those opportunities, it is a national-led process, but we normally get access to all the country agreements that have been signed in line with the commodities that we have, and then that's how we try to assist. But the process that now we are following is now to take it also at the level of the MOU that the provinces enter with different countries. Because although it might not be on a trade, but it is an avenue that if China has signed a trade agreement and we have an agreement with Jiangsu, how then do we go to that province that we have an agreement with to find opportunities that can then come back into the Free State?
Thank you, MEC and the team. Honorable members, follow-ups so that we conclude with the department. Honorable Pretorius, Honorable Jackelson, Honorable Chief Whip, in that order.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to get an indication in terms of my question regarding the department's engagement with DWS and the districts on pollution of freshwater sources, rivers, dams in the province. To how is that being addressed? Thank you, Chair.
Chair, thank you. On that, I just want to mention that all of Machabeng's sewage runs into the Sand River, which is used for irrigation. So we are eating and drinking that sewage through the food that's produced with that. Chair, just an outstanding issue of the animal welfare. We went to that project at Ventersburg, and there were pigs there that we could see they weren't getting decent food. The water wasn't there. There wasn't shelter. If one looks at the international animal rights, food, shelter, water, veterinary services, the right to interact with their own species, an environment that is conducive for the species, these are some of those rights. The department, where they are supporting projects that don't comply, we're a country that bases itself and even international relations allegedly on rights. Now, human rights is one thing, but there are also other sentient beings that we share this planet with. They're called animals. And they also deserve, perhaps not altogether the same, but at least similar rights to what humans share as sentient beings. A sentient being is something that feels pain, that is emotional, and we all know that because we interact with animals. Thank you.
This rights, Chairperson. How do you have rights of an animal you're going to slaughter next week? I think there hasn't been a clear, except to a clear indication on the relationship of these research papers with agricultural development in the province. Maybe except to say that papers will be availed, but we are not researchers, at least if the department can just indicate, go back and check papers that have been produced and just make that a relationship. The issue of security, you know, I now remember in the olden days there used to be rural commandos, and which were abruptly done away with, and that created serious security problems in the border areas. I don't know whether it's possible that as a committee, we can write somewhere or make an indication that decision really has to be revisited. We can also have a huge army force that is not also assisting us in border areas, and have to have civilians having to form their own border security. The other issue is that I wanted to check possibility. You know, this department has invested a lot of money in these projects, like poultry projects and other projects, where we say these projects have failed. A situation where we can, as government, take back these projects and repurpose them maybe to people who can do that. Here I'm thinking about, I know that I've for many years professed that we need to have this that we call Friday dairy. Give it to farmers in those areas, and not teachers and unemployed people who are sitting in a township, and we just went to them and took their IDs, and then we then say they are farmers. If we can look at genesis of a lot of these projects, it's a situation where we took unemployed people who are looking for work. We then said, no, here is a project, bring your IDs, and then we pumped millions into that. And those are some of the indications of fiscal dumping, because in no time the projects failed when we have invested more than 20 million, and that thing just collapses, and people immediately take equipment there and sell the equipment. Because those people are looking for work. They were not looking for a situation where they would want one day to be businessmen. When that come into fruition after 10 years, they want income now. So I don't know how possible it is that in a situation where we find that this is a project that was funded by government, that we are able to take it back and repurpose it. And then the other issue that I also thought of, Chairperson, is when we talk about also the issue of the wool industry, what comes to my mind is issue of maybe in line with a district development model. If you take an area like Mangaung, Metro, and you look at Tabancho, like MEC is saying, you'd find that land reform goes to that area and invest in projects there without consulting the Department of Agriculture. You then find that agriculture also has projects in the same area. And the expectation is that also that Mangaung should be having a plan of economic development in the same area. Now, if you have a situation where you can have a proper planning of the economic development in that area, certain trusts specialize in wool industry. Others it's red meat. If you take buffalo, it's wool. And then the fontaines on the, I don't know which side, is it the western side or the southern side? It's mixed. But a situation where there's really a proper planning, so that even investment in terms of growing the industry in those areas it's something that is planned. Otherwise, what we have up to now is that we just see the government funding projects without even also consulting the traditional leadership there. Just funding projects which later on you find that those things have collapsed. I think we need to have, I would suggest, a situation where we must really have a serious meeting between these three spheres of government: national department, provincial department, and municipality, around economic development in Tabanshu, especially on agriculture. I'm sure even the sharing shares that were once constructed there have collapsed and are dilapidated, because people, if things are not properly taken care of, they end up losing them through vandalism. Chairperson, thinking about these communal farms, and also thinking about the issue that the MEC raised on Bethany. There's also an area in, I don't know whether it's Tabanshu or Botshabelo, but in between there, which was called the Tseki Trust, which was also one of the wastages from government. Those people, in 1976, when Transkei was given independence, that community, it was a community of Basotho in Transkei, which was having problems, which had problems with Matanzima then. And ultimately, they had to be chased out of Transkei, and they went all over, and the Tseki that you know in Kwakwa was formed by that community that comes from there. I don't know whether it was led by Tseki or the community. Most of them were from a Tseki family. They were just thrown all over. Some are have been staying in Botshabelo from its inception, because some come from Tabanshu. Now, through the land reform process, they were allocated that land. Now, you say a person that has been staying in an area for more than 30 years, you then say that person must go in an area, a barren area where there's no clinic, where there's no school. You say you must go and relocate there. So there were houses built by the department there, unoccupied. Now, I don't know what happened. I'm thinking when the MEC is raising this, it rings a bell. There was also such a situation in, I think it was even worse than Bethany, there in Tabanshu. And I haven't heard anything about that. What is happening? So that we don't find a situation where even national government is still taking, one would say, investment, only to find out there's no investment, the money is being pumped there, but there's no one staying there, there's nothing. I think it's one of the things that we really, maybe as a committee, at some point have to follow up and check what happened ultimately to that thing. But lastly, my heart bleeds when you talk about the Veterinary Science University. Of course, as Free State, we must fight to ensure that you access veterinary science. I think it's long overdue, especially if we say that Free State is a food basket of the country, allegedly. Let me take the position of Nkosi, who was he? Nkosi Mthembu, in last week's portfolio committee. There was a black university, a veterinary university in the country, at Medunsa. My heart bleeds to hear that it's only Honors Deport. That one of Medunsa was killed, and everything was transferred to Honors Deport. And Honors Deport mostly produces white veterinary scientists or animal doctors. Medusa was producing black veterinary scientists. And so once you kill that, you are then saying you minimize opportunities of black students being veterinary scientists. Now, the Free State government had also had a program which was very good to take students to countries beyond our borders to study veterinary science. That we also have killed, and proudly so, without, thinking about the implications. So, I don't know this one, because it's not to say something is starting and to have it really taking off ground. It's a different thing. When will we have that university? But what will be the implication of student intake in such this thing, faculty, once it's established at UOFs? It's also one of the issues that really comes into our body politic when it comes to the veterinary science chairperson. I just wanted just to reflect on that. Thank you. I hope that maybe we can have time as a committee to visit these collapsed projects, and so that we can maybe have a better understanding or view on the courses and what we can maybe suggest moving forward on those projects. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. MEC and the team.
Thanks, Chair. My hearing is not that well. I heard MEC Leto and I was wondering what is happening now. I think on DWS, yeah, my apology, we missed that point. I think we have started collaborating closer with DWS now, together with the environmental affairs component, arising from the problems and challenges we have with the Jagersfontein mine disaster. Those consequences are just ongoing. So we're bringing together the Human Rights Commission report findings on the pollution in all the rivers, to bringing that together with AG findings and sitting with DWS to say, okay, what is our practical interventions? Because these problems have been coming for a very long time, and they're not going to be resolved within the next month or 3 months or 6 months. So that is work in progress. The animal welfare, we need to look at our extension officers as if it's a project supported by us. Extension officers as well as the district officers are supposed to be able to pick up these kind of problems in time. So we will look at that. We will also look at the Tseki Trust issues. I think the UOF's vet science, we hear what the honourable member is saying. When we engage with UOFs, we will pick up those points. The program Honourable Member Khwabani is referring to, I think there were students studying veterinary science in Russia. Like many other problems, the challenge came with accreditation. The program is not fully recognized. So the students on those programs are supposed to write the board exam, and they have not been successful. There's been some programs to try to assist them to do like a conversion course. I just sent HUD a message last night to say I'm inundated suddenly by requests for assistance from students who was in that program, who's preparing for board exams. So we've said we will go back and just get a formal report on how many students were on that program, how many were fully qualified, how many have successfully written the board exam. Where are we in terms of that? Because I think all provinces throughout the country are experiencing this challenge of veterinary scientists. There is veterinary health technicians, which assists, but it does not fulfill the role of the full veterinarians. So it's something we really do have to take up. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC and the team. I think we are agreeing that the chief whip the issue of veterinary sciences, honorable members, and that it's very close to him because he was once a medical student. So when we speak about vets, that's why he says that it's very close to his heart. But we are agreeing that one, that as much as the department supports the producers, the issues of biosecurity, they are important, and security. That when there's investment to support the smallholder for all the farmers, issues of security, they are very important, and they must be prioritized. And we must continue to, as a committee and the MEC, we are agreeing with you that blended funding, it must not exclude small and emerging farmers. I know that the MEC of this year feels very strong that all the SMMEs, they must be funded on the blended funding, of which we are disagreeing with that particular approach. And we're glad that you are agreeing with us that not all, because it's going to exclude the emerging and small businesses. And we would also take the issue of the legacy projects so that we conclude them. And the MEC would have our support as the committee to say that projects that are not profitable, sustainable, don't fund them any further, but focus on new projects that are going to be profitable and sustainable for the province so that we have our footprints all over, including the issue of traceability for both the livestock and the crops. We are agreeing with you because as a committee, MEC, we have a strong view that the economy of the Free State, it must be agriculture from primary, secondary, and tertiary, with all the value chains included, and we will continue to pursue both the executive and the department, that including the DST, it must start to refocus and rethink of the SMMEs, that they must be SMMEs that they are in agriculture, maybe secondary and tertiary, including the SCZ, because we feel very strong that as a province, if you look, despite the financial sector, the agriculture becomes the second or the third industry in the province. And we're going to be working with you, support you throughout the work that you would do. And we have taken note of as well the issue of the animal welfare, as the Honorable Jangis raised it very strongly, that perhaps you'd also, as when you are funding the small producers, they must also be workshopped on the issues of animal welfare so that they do not find themselves have violated some of the legislation as far as animal welfare is concerned. And we're agreeing that continue to work with the commodity associations to ensure that agriculture becomes successful, and you have the support of the committee. MEC, you can give us your closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and members. I think we've taken notes of a number of, like the research papers that we should be sharing, as well as these failed projects, and as we finalize certain positions on projects like Dwelling Goats and the Frankfurt Poultry, that we share with the members. The traceability issues, the biosecurity, all of those issues. I think importantly, the animal welfare, closer coordination with DWS, and our issues with rural development and land reform. I think if maybe the committee can also engage them, maybe the committee should facilitate a meeting between the different stakeholders. Because now we have national agriculture, we have national land reform, and ourselves in the same space. I think just to close off, we could also mention that we are in the process of formalizing terms of reference for the public-private agriculture agro-processing master plan liaison committee in the Free State. We have been approached by a number of private sector, big players, private sector stakeholders in agriculture who indicated their willingness to invest within a framework. So we are busy formalizing that. It also it would involve the Land Bank, the IDC, all of these other commodity organizations, whoever wants to work with us so that we really jointly plan and see how do we bring different resources together to push agriculture forward in the Free State. And I think that's going to be supplementing, whilst we are focusing on subsistence and small scale and emerging farmers, it's going to also support and assist the commercial farmers. That's at a different level that wants to increase exports. We are really going to be able to bring our resources together in a much more coordinated way, which will be, I think, something very positive for the Free State.
Thank you, MEC and the team. We wish you all your best in your work. Thank you. Good morning, MEC. Where is she?
Good morning.
Honorable members, the MEC has requested to join online of sports because we're dealing with the APP. But the department staff is here.
I can't hear you, Chairperson.
Good morning, MEC.
Good morning, Chairperson. How are you? Good morning, honorable members.
We can't see you.
The thing is on, the camera.
Or maybe Stephen is the one that is hiding you.
Oh,
Stephen,
okay. He's hiding me from
he's
you.
he's hiding you. Stephen, open the camera.
Hello. Chairperson,
Good morning, MEC.
are you
Welcome.
still struggling to see me?
Yes, we are still struggling to see you, MEC. But good
Oh,
morning.
but now my camera is on. Good morning and good morning to honorable members of the committee.
Yes, MEC, you can proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, my apologies first for appearing through the virtual platform. It is because that I'm out of the province to another engagement, but I think that wouldn't be a problem. But the problem that I'm having, Chair, having looked at the what we're supposed to present there before you today, I can see you now, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, MEC, can you just come closer to the device so that we can hear you properly? Or that Stephen can just increase the volume.
I've also increased mine. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. I was requesting an extension, Chair, to a date suitable to the committee. But when that date arrives, I'll make sure that we have gone through the report, because the report as it is right now, I think there are things that I need to attend to. So if the committee, with all the humility in me, can give me an extension to do that, I would appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. MEC, honorable members, there's a request from the MEC that we reschedule Department of Sports. As she said, the MEC, that she has not went through that document, which is the APP. So, honorable members, I'm going to afford you an opportunity. Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Not the AP, sorry, Deputy Speaker, not the APP, but the analysis, Chairperson, or maybe you would say the analysis in comparison with the APP. So we did not want to present something else, and then in the analysis that we've requested, there is something else.
Okay. Okay, thank you, MEC. Deputy Speaker.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, members, and good morning to the officials from the department. Chair, I hear what the MEC is requesting, but I don't think it can be acceptable. This communication we received already last week. We also had to reschedule other priorities that we had so as to attend to this committee. Now, I'm not sure why the MEC could not prepare on time. And now we would have to move, and meaning that if we move from this day, we would have to also reschedule other commitments that we had rescheduled specifically to be here today. So I really don't think it's fair for us what the MEC is requesting. Thank you.
Okay. That is the only end, honorable members. Okay, Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good morning, MEC and colleagues.
Good morning, Deputy Chief Whip.
Chair, I don't know if I heard MEC correctly. He said maybe he wants to fix some other things in the report. Unless if but if that is the case, I think we can give her that chance, but MEC, maybe it will be the last time, because now it is the second time we give you the chance to go back and rectify the report. But if I did not hear you clearly, the report is here and is right. Maybe you can give to HOD to give us the report. Can I be clarified on that? Please, let me see.
Yeah, Deputy Chief Whip, I am humbly making this request carefully so because whatever is said there, it is binding me as the MEC of that department. In terms of the Constitution, I am accountable to Parliament, and everything that I present before Parliament or by the officials is on my behalf, although they are the ones who are going to take an oath. But in terms of the Constitution, I am the one accountable to that house. So that is why I am saying, can you please give me time so that I can sit down with my team and be able to take or them to take me through some of the issues that I don't agree with in the report that was sent to me. That is all that I'm saying, because saying that I must continue and next time we are found to have or I renege on what I have said before the committee, then it means I shall have misled or lied before Parliament. That is why I am asking that with humility. It's not like I am undermining the committee or anything. Yes, there were other commitments, but in the meantime, but in the midst of it all, you still have to attend to this as well. And I'm not undermining this committee. I know very well that it is my responsibility to make sure that I account before the House. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Missy. Honorable Jackelson.
Thank you, Chair. If I understand the MEC correctly, she's saying she didn't have a chance to look at the legislature's analysis, the committee's analysis. That has got nothing to do with it. That report is for the members of the committee. We get presented with it before the departments arrive, just before. They must present their report to us. We will do our own analyses and things in the legislature. We are two spheres of government. So I don't understand why she can't report because she hasn't seen our analysis. That's analysis of this committee. We'll ask the questions and then they can come back to us with comments on the questions based on the analysis that we get from our researchers. Our researchers don't report to the MEC. They're here to support the committee.
Okay, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip.
Chair, I hear Honorable Jangelson. I thought it is the report of the MEC, but if that is the case, maybe MEC want to respond on other things. So as she said before that she's not around, maybe we can give the MEC that opportunity. But I just want to agree with the Deputy Speaker that MEC got this invitation for this meeting a long time. Maybe MEC, can you please make sure that this is for the last time? As I alluded before, it's not for the first time to give you another chance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Whip. I'm on Deputy Speaker.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, you know what my worry is? We'll be setting a very wrong precedence here for our portfolio work to start with. One, we have a TAC that we approve on the work that we would be performing this week. Now, this postponement then means that we must rechange or review our program that we have adopted in the programming committee. And it affects all the TACs that would then follow. So, and I hear from the Deputy Chief Whip, I was not even aware, Deputy Chief Whip then says it's actually for the second time that MEC is requesting a postponement when she must appear before the committee. Now we must expect that other committees will also come to this committee, and when they request a postponement due to not being ready or for whatever, we must then allow that to happen because we've allowed it the first time, we allowed it the second time.
Honorable members, I think you can see the team of the MEC is here. There's no HOD. And then the MEC is requesting that we must reschedule this meeting up until she has satisfied herself with the questions that were sent to her office, because she's the person that reports directly and held accountable by this committee. So it means that she does not want to come and with responses that are not confirmed or read through by her office or herself. So in that sense, that means that whatever that is written in those analysis questions that were sent to the department, she has not went through them, or she has not satisfied herself with the responses as a person that accounts for this committee. And the HOD as well is not here. So it would be fair, I'm not sure, honorable members. Okay.
Chair, if you allow me.
Can I
Chair,
correct something?
I just wanted to
before
find
you
out,
come in?
I just wanted to find out, why is the HOD also not here? The HOD is not here, the MEC is not here, and we're supposed to accept this conduct. I'm sorry, Chair, it can't be acceptable. We can, as you have proposed, then postpone, according to how you are summarizing, Chair, we'll respect that, but we can never leave it at that. Then there would have to also be some recourse in that regard. Thank you.
Chairs of chairs, and then honorable
No,
Pretorius.
no, Chair. Well, we support your summary, but let's say, and I'm glad that the MEC can hear us. Let's ask, because the legislature has its own program. And, you know, given the issues that by now everybody should be knowing, we were under pressure to upscale in terms of our oversight work. Now, my plea is that, Chair, if the MEC or the department wishes to postpone for whatever reasons, it must not be brought to us at the point of the meeting. The MEC must call the chair, and the chair and the MEC must then deal with the issue. Otherwise, it becomes injustice that we come here, we postpone departments at the point of the meeting, and our program gets disrupted in a manner that we may not even be able to recover as a legislature. Otherwise, we would have slotted in other departments, other meeting, another program. That is my plea, Chair, that as you summarize, please create discussions between you and the MEC prior to the meeting. The request must be placed, and then the chair on our behalf must then make a determination to accept it or not discuss it, so that we don't come here and discuss postponement. In itself is a waste of time. But I think the summary of the chair, we support it. Thank you.
Honorable Pretorius.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, Chair, I'm highly concerned. The first time there was also a request by the Honourable MEC for a postponement was with the budget. And the request was made, I think, when we were also just seated, and it was said that the MEC wasn't comfortable with the content. She had to go and make sure about the content that was put in the presentation by her department. And today, if I understand it again, it's the same submission for the postponement, is that the MEC is not confident about what is being presented by the department, but then to my mind, there's a certain modus operandi, and I then beg to question, what is going on in terms of the communication in the department. Why isn't the MEC confident about what is being presented? And where is the HOD then today? Did he make an excuse? I just think if it's a court of law, if you want to beg for a postponement, you have to bring a substantive motivation. And I just want to understand the proper substantive motivation here. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Pretorius. I think, honorable members, because of the issues that are contained on those questions as the MEC raises, say that she has not appraised herself of those responses as a person that is responsible to the legislature and the committee. So it would only be fair to say that these concerns that honorable members are raising, we raise them in the presence of the HOD and the MEC in our meeting when they have come to present this particular document. Then we deal with these concerns, and then so that when we leave at that particular meeting, the presence of the MEC and the HOD, we're satisfied ourselves, we've agreed on an approach with the Department of Sports and Recreation. I think that for now, let's agree that we're agreeing that we'll reschedule it. We'll look at the possible slot on the program for the Department of Sports, and then we'll deal with these concerns as well with the presence of the MEC and the HOD, as so that the committee expresses its dissatisfaction about how every time when we call, there's these issues that are arising. So let's just conclude it at that point, and then we'll spare those concerns and comments for that particular meeting when the MEC and the department and the HOD are here. I'm not sure about the hands now. I want to allow the MEC to leave, then the officials
it's clarity,
will remain. So that, sorry?
Clarity.
Clarity. Yes.
Yeah,
Deputy
Chair,
Speaker.
I welcome your summary, and I agree with your summary. Thanks for the guidance. But I just want to be clarified here, because remember we had a two-leg program with regards to this department. So after this session, we're expecting to go on site visits. So does that mean that this second program also falls off? Or do we continue with the sites? That's the clarity I needed from you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Pretorius.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Similarly, I want to understand, are we then proceeding or not in terms of the presentation by the department on the downgrade of the Free State Stadium, as well as the Mangaung Municipality presentation, and then as well as the museum visits? We've been calling for some time for this. I would really wish that we can proceed with our work, our constitutionally mandated work.
Chairperson,
Chief Whip.
I would request that the issues that belongs to the committee, we discuss them as a committee and allow the department to leave, so that we formulate our own decisions based on what? The views of the committee.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is how we're going to move. We're going to allow, recuse the MEC. The team of Department of Sports is going to remain. We're going to request Mangaung to get in. We get the presentation of about the issues about the downgrading of the stadium. And then after that, we're also going to get continue with the oversight on the museum. So can MEC, thank you. We'll see you when we send the communication on the next available slots. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it, but the committee notes with concern that the HOD is not here and no one is giving us a reason as to where is the HOD. But thanks a lot. Let's get the Mangaung to come in. Yeah, let's get Mangaung. Yeah, we'll get to you. Thank you, MEC.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you.
Yeah. Can we get the Department of Sports? You are remaining. Yeah, and then we also get the Mangaung, because this issue of stadium also concerns you. You and Mangaung. Can we get Mangaung to come in?
Chair, so
Okay.
Why did you allow the political aid to leave if you leave the department, the administration?
No, we can allow the MEC to rejoin, and because we don't have the HOD here to deal with the issue of the stadium, I think we can still be able to do that. 'm. Good afternoon, MEC. Can you hear us? MEC?
Sorry, I muted myself. I've rejoined, Chair. I'm here.
Thank you, MEC.
I'm here,
Thank you,
present in the
MEC.
virtual platform.
We don't have the HOD here, and then we're going to request you, MEC, we are now going to deal with the item of the downgrading of Free State Stadium. The team of Mangaung is also here, and the department's official with an absence of the HOD. Can you then give us the opening remarks? Then we'll then administer oath and then take the presentation on the downgrading of the Free State Stadium. Thank you. MEC.
My
Yes.
remarks from me. No, thank you. Thank you, Chair. As the provincial department chair, we are responsible for providing the facilities to the communities, the facilities that are built whether by the provincial department or by national. And after that, the facilities are handed over to the municipality for maintenance and the running of the facilities. But as the department, we don't then recuse ourselves and say we are going to step off and not do anything, and understanding that to the public out there, they associate anything to do with sports with the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. So, Chair, I am not making a disclaimer, but in my remarks, I'm saying, as the department, we are here to support the municipalities to deal with the issues of the stadiums. But I think with the matter on the agenda, when we have to delve deep into it, I will then come in and explain that in this regard, what have we done as the department in support of the municipality, and also in making sure that the sports in the province is supported, whether professional or developmental. So that is why I think we are here, Chair, as the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. From the department, I think that the Chief Director responsible for sports is here. Can you just indicate those who will be making presentations and replying to questions? Mangaung, welcome. See the MM. It will also indicate those that are going to be making presentation and responding to questions. Free State Rugby, it's a federation or union. Free State Rugby Union, you are welcome, President. Those who would also be making replies, or if there's any presentation, you'll be administered in oath or affirmation. Can we then start with the department's officials?
Good day, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. I am Kutlwano Khomotso Tlhakudi, the Chief Director for Sport and Recreation in the province. From the side of Sport and Recreation, I'm the only one in here, Chair. The other colleagues is the Chief Director for Cultural Affairs, Mema Kopo, the Director for Monitoring and Evaluation Strategic Planning. And then the other colleagues also wanted the Tlapi Meram Gondo from Library Services and the other teammates from Cultural Affairs. And this is in support of the visit that is happening in the afternoon, Chair. So in terms of from the side of sport, I am the only one sitting here, Chair.
Good afternoon, Mayor Kutlwano. Please stand for me. Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
It will be an oath, ma'am.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, ma'am.
Please state your full names for the record.
Kutlwano Komotso Tlhakudi.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Mayor Kutlwano. Should I proceed with the municipality? Good afternoon, Tate.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and honorable members of Free State Legislature and all colleagues here. My name is Lomore. I'm the city manager, Mangaung. I'm accompanied by the executive director or the HOD for community service, Dr. Tinda here. I've also brought two officials. Hepin Hlapo deals with facilities, and I've brought one official from my office also just for taking records for that purpose, yeah.
So for the purpose of this meeting, will it just be you speaking?
Yeah, I will be speaking.
Thank you. May you please stand for me? Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I will take an oath, Chair.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Definitely, Chair. I consider it binding.
Please state your full names for the record.
My name is Lomore.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Ntate More.
Free State President, Free State Rugby Union, you'll also be replying in this meeting to some of the questions. So can you be administered off or affirmation?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm Conrad Klopper, President, Free State Rugby Union. My delegation with me today is the CEO of Toyota Cheetahs, Mr. Rory Duncan, and EXCO member Leboli Kalakala. Me and Mr. Duncan will do the presentation.
Thank you then, sir. Would you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll take the oath, ma'am.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
Yes, I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
I'm Michiel Conrad Klopper.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Yes, I will do. So help me God.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. May you please stand for me? Will you be taking an oath or an affirmation?
I'll be taking an oath.
And do you consider this oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Please state your full names for the record.
Rory Duncan.
Do you swear what you're about to tell the committee is the truth and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you so much. Chairperson, thank you.
Thank you. Department of Sports, you can then, those who are going to make presentations, are they going to flight? If you are able to flight it, you can flight it. If you are able to, you don't have it, you can then give us then the soft copies.
Chair, I don't know if MEC in her opening clarified and whether I'll be orderly to say that there's a department the asset belongs to the municipality. And the user is the rugby union. As MEC said earlier in her opening, what she has done, she had had meetings where she had invited both stakeholders, and we met with them, and I'm sure in the presentation that they have, municipality will be able to then present what it is that they have done this far, or what the issues are and the challenges that they are experiencing as the municipality. And then also the rugby union would also be able to present where they are with the challenges. But I can say here that MEC has already, I think we had 2 or 3 meetings where the MEC had coordinated that, and we received presentation from the rugby union with Ntate Klopper and the CEO, Ntate Rory Duncan, as well as the team from the municipality. So I don't know, that would be in order, Chair, that maybe through you, you allow them to present, but as the department we are here, and the MEC is also available, then she will probably be able to come in as to what she has also tried to do from her end to try and deal with this matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And honorable members, in our packages, we have received the presentation about I think it's in the department's department. That is your presentation, I got the one that we have, that you've sent to us, that speaks about the engagement that you had with, yes. Yeah, we have it on our packages, honorable members. Then let's give Mangaung, and then after Mangaung, we're going to take the Free State Rugby Union. You have 8 minutes, City Manager.
No, thanks very much. Actually, we are not going to make a presentation, but the cheetahs are going to make a presentation. I'm just going to make a reflection in terms of our engagements with the cheetahs. I think as the department reflected, we've had tripartite engagements with the Department of Sports, cheetahs. I think there was a time also we had an engagement with the SARU itself around the downgrading of the stadium. We are currently dissecting the MOU with the cheetahs. There are certain issues that we may need to clear probably within the next 7 days. Because they do have serious time frames. By the 25th of August, they should have signed this MOU with us. So we would want to settle long before the 25th of August. I might just indicate that as the city, we have prepared all the aircon units in all the change rooms currently. So the team is on site for electrical COC. The engineers have also completed the first phase of the concrete structure assessment, including the athletic one. There's been a crisis also, not just for rugby, but for athletic as well. The track is worn out. We are now compiling a tender document for advertising in terms of the minor repairs that we have identified. But I must just also have to reflect, Chair, that we are a municipality that is still under financial recovery plan, that is under National Cabinet in terms of Section 139. So we are not going to be able to spend too much on this facility, but we are also going to involve the National Department of Sports in terms of assisting us for the major repairments for the stadium, for which we have had discussions already with the rugby union. But yeah, I think let's allow the rugby union, we have seen their presentation. We are not contradictory from each other. We are all in agreement in terms of what needs to happen. So as the custodians, current custodians of the stadium, I think they'll be better positioned to give us the state of the stadium. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. President.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to know the IT support. Can I?
Yeah, you can just bring
Thank
the
you. If you will
members.
just allow me 1 minute for that, thanks.
No, thank you,
Thank you, Chair.
President. President, you can continue. Honorable members, immediately when the President is done with the presentation, you'll also get it on your email and the WhatsApp group. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the whole committee. It's such an honor and privilege to present to you today. We want to say thank you for your invitation because we truly believe that we are stronger together and together we can make a difference. So, Mr. Chair, and all protocol observed, thank you very much for this opportunity.
President, just a little bit. I am not sure what happened. The IT,
I saw he ran to the back.
or can you just try to?
Thank you very much, Chair. We're going to try again. First of all, I already said thank you very much for the opportunity. The very first slide, I just want to give you a little background about Free State Rugby. Free State Rugby is a proud organization that was established in 1895. This year we're celebrating our 130 years anniversary. Just for everybody to understand, Free State Rugby consists out of the Free State Rugby Union, which deal with the amateur leg of the rugby side, and then also the Toyota Free State Cheetahs, which is a professional side. The number of players in our structures in Free State Rugby, primary schools, we serve 29,540 kids. Secondary schools, 23,133. Getting to Rugby program, that's a development program that we established. That is 9,742 players. Club rugby players, 1,403. And I can also mention here that our footprint go all the way to Colesberg, Alaval North, and those areas, Barkley, Burgersdorp. And then our professional player squad, which is under the Toyota Free State Cheetahs, consists out of 70 players. We at Free State Rugby, we serve with honor, dignity and pride. And we are ready and we are committed just like that for the next 130 years. The aim of this presentation is to brief the Portfolio Committee on Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation of the Free State Provincial Legislature on the current status and functionality of the Free State Stadium, particularly in the light of its downgrade to Category C Stadium, which I believe is a concern to all of us, not only in Bloemfontein, but also in the whole Free State. I'm not going to dwell very long on this, seeing that I don't want to waste your time, but national and international compliance standards, that's basically the standards. First of all, you've got your FIFA, UEFA, IOC, World Rugby standards, and you can read for yourself through that. We have our accessibility laws. We also have health and safety that we need to comply with, licensing and operation permits. We had our ISO 201-121, sustainable event management. We've got national security and surveillance compliance that we need to comply with. Then we have also further ISO standards regarding emergency and incident management, and then also lastly the fire code that we need to comply with. I can mention to you at this stage that a compliance certificate for the Toyota Stadium is in place and issued by the Director Disaster Management on the 9th of July 2025. The following we need to have to comply in order to issue that certificate. First of all, electrical certificate. The electrical certificate that we currently have is the one to be able to present matches on the day. So that's the only electrical certificate we have currently. The Mangaung Metro Municipality is currently busy with issuing the electrical COC to the Toyota Free State Stadium. We also have an engineer certificate. We have a fire certificate that's been issued by Department Fire. We also have our health certificate that was issued by Department of Health, and we also have our evacuation plan. And if anybody likes to look at it, we have a portfolio of evidence here which we can provide to you guys. Then just regarding the grading certificate, SARO identified the following shortcomings. First of all, they say in the doping control area we need a second toilet for various reasons. And then also the facelift of the media center, the sport presentation room, and also the MOU between Free State Rugby and Mangaung Metro League. This actually boils down, they sent a delegation down to Bloemfontein to have the inspection on the stadium for us to move from a Category C to a Category B stadium. This is the areas that I said that we must improve on. And yes, the very next point, I can say Free State Rugby, we take full responsibility for that requirements from SARO, and we are already making work out of it. Then we had frequent meetings with SARO, and all of us are very positive. What I say about all of us is the Mangaung Metro Municipality, the Free State Rugby Union, and also SARO to upgrade the stadium back to a Category B stadium. However, there are certain expectations from SARO. They say before we can go there, we need the following. First of all, we need a lease agreement between the, I'm going to call it for now, M and the Free State Rugby Union. And it's important, and it's a serious concern and requirement from SARO's side. Then they also asked the MOU between Free State Rugby Union and Mangaung Metro to be signed. And also then SARO wants to have the confirmation of the support of all local municipalities. Why I say all local municipalities? You know, all the other municipalities that's in the Category B, I'm talking about Nelson Mandela Bay Stadium, Mbombela Stadium, they're 100% maintained by the municipality. And that's exactly what SARO also wants to see in the Free State. Because you must remember in future, the other guys that's bringing the test, they will handle the test and they will take control of the test. And that's why they want to see that happen. We must remember that the stadium was built in 2008 and no maintenance schedules have taken place since, compared to other Category B stadiums. And like I said, we need to compete against stadiums like Nelson Mandela Bay and Mbombela. I actually just want to clarify and clear something here. We must remember the stadium was actually built before 1995. Around about 94 it was finished. But the upgrade of the main pavilion started in 2008 to be ready for a Soccer World Cup in 2010. And ever since, no serious maintenance schedules that take place. Our concern is actually the following: the aging structure and infrastructure in and around the stadium, the maintenance on structure and infrastructure, the sustainability of the stadium. It's very easy that we maintain it, but how are you going to sustain it in future? That is very important for us. And then we truly believe it's also the time to move to energy efficiency and like lighting, green energy, and renewable energy. There's also structural issues in the stadium, but that was discussed with the municipality and they're well aware of it. There are also other couple of challenges that SARO did mention to us. They said about the flights into Bloemfontein, the general neatness around the stadium, stuff like that. But I think that is something that we're already making a plan with. We are talking with airlines, extra buses, all that, so that we can deal with. But there are also things like the outdated big screen. They say they find it very difficult for a ref to make an informed decision, seeing that our technology on a big screen is quite outdated. The availability of accommodation, we don't agree fully with that because we truly believe that we have much more accommodation available like in Mbombela and those places. This I want to show to you the different categories of stadiums. Category A is Emirates Airline Park, we know it in Joburg, Kings Park in Durban, Loftus Versfeld in Pretoria, the DHL Stadium in Cape Town, and the FNB Stadium in Soweto. That's a category A stadium. The category B, and that is at least where we want to be, Nelson Mandela Bay in Port Elizabeth, or Nelson Mandela Bay Metro, and the Mbombela Stadium in Mbombela, previously known as Nelspruit. The category C stadium currently is the Toyota Stadium here in Bloemfontein and the Royal Bafokeng Stadium in Rustenburg. And I think for surely we don't need to be there. We can be a category B stadium. The challenge with this, with the certain category, the certain tier nations that I bring, which types of tests we qualify for. So if you're a category A stadium, you qualified for New Zealand, Australian, England, France, Ireland, and British and Irish Lions, which is a huge financial impact into stadiums and to the community. Category B stadiums, they can host Argentina, Scotland, Wales, Italy, Japan, the Barbarians, and the World 15. And the Category C stadiums, which we are currently, we can host Fiji, Samoa, Tonga, Georgia, Romania, Portugal, Spain, the USA, and Canada. And the challenge with this, you struggle to fill your stadiums with this type of test. And that is why we eager and we strive to become a Category B stadium. Just the stadium capacities, you can see that we are quite average. We don't stand in the back of the line. See, there's no reason for us to be a Category B stadium. We can compete with Nelson Mandela, we can compete with Mbombela and all other Category B stadiums currently. I just want to show you the current two stadiums that we compete with for Category B. That is Nelson Mandela Bay Stadium and also Mbombela. And like I said, we must take in consideration these stadiums are 100% managed and actually maintained by their local municipalities. That is the outside of the Nelson Mandela Bay Stadium. Just going to show you a photo of the interior. Very nice facilities, very nice suites. You can even look at the standard of the change room in the right bottom corner. Then the other Category B stadium is in Mbombela Stadium. That's the outside of the stadium, and I can vouch for them. It's very nicely maintained and up to standard, and that's the inside of the stadium. There you can see the reception area, the lifts. You can see the standard of the change rooms and stuff like that. So for us to bring somebody to Bloemfontein, we need to update certain things. Now I'm going to hand over to Mr. Rory Duncan, our CEO, to please handle question 2 for us, with your permission, Chair.
Yes, President. CEO, you can come.
Chair, with regards to question 2, the question is challenges faced by the rugby union that contributed towards the stadium's downgrade. Now, I think if I had to say that, you know, if our president has already presented on what the criteria is that the sort of physical criteria that SARU outlined for us to upgrade, what I'm going to highlight now are the challenges we face in general around the stadium. I can't say it's directly influenced to the stadium's downgrading. But as our president alluded to earlier, the stadium was originally constructed in 1994. and then the main pavilion received an upgrade in 2008. And since then, there hasn't been any sort of major structural maintenance that's been done to the stadium. We have had deterioration in the roof. We've got structural cracks, which the municipality referred to it earlier, on the southeastern and northwestern sections of the stadium, as well as on one of the stairways leading up to suite level. One of the concerns that we have is our cement is now coming away from the reinforced steel, which, you know, it doesn't look good, and it's not nice to see, you know, cement or concrete falling down when spectators are there. So that is a concern, and I think it needs urgent attention. When the mayor was with us and we did a stadium tour, it was after we had a lot of rain, and he actually got to experience firsthand the leaks that we have in the stadium. And it's because the leaks basically coming through the expansion joints on the main stand, but those leaks unfortunately go directly into the change rooms, and we've had a number of our ceiling boards actually cave in because of the leaks, you know, the continual leaking within the stadium. And then, I'm not going to spend time on it, but just our big screen sound system, and I believe our lighting, I believe there's an opportunity there for us to be able to upgrade to come in line with the other stadiums that we're competing against. And I think, you know, one of the final challenges is to add a Cheetahs, I don't think it's a secret, we're under a bit of pressure financially, and we're trying to figure out how to make it work. We are determined to make it work, and we've also got to manage our resources carefully. And if you're continually replacing items because the stadium's leaking, or you know, continually doing maintenance on various items that cost you money, you know, we're not really directing the money where we want it to go, which is towards our team to be able to compete on an international stage.
Sorry, Chair. Thank you. Then I will continue with question 3. That's regarding the existing roles, responsibilities, and a lease agreement. The current challenges that we face is there's no current lease agreement. It expired on 30 November 2021 already. And we know that this is a serious concern for SARU. Then also it is common knowledge to everybody that the resolution was accepted unanimously by the Mangaung Metro Municipality Council on 15 September 2021 to extend the lease agreement for another 30 years to the amount of 500,000 rands per annum. Then it is of critical importance to finalize the agreement between Mangaung Metro and the Free State Rugby Union before the end of August 25. If not, the Free State Rugby Union cannot consider to be upgraded to a Category B. And this is a serious concern to us, because this means that for the next 3 years, the Jota Stadium will not be able to be considered for Tier 1 and Tier 2 tests. And that means till 2028 we won't have any tests. And the reason why we're saying that is because SARU is sitting down in September to allocate the test venues for the next 3 years. And that is why it is very, very critical for us. If we miss this opportunity now, we will not be able to have a Tier 1 or Tier 2 test in the next 3 years. What we're saying, this will have a major financial impact on the Free State Rugby Union, the Toyota Cheetahs, and then also ultimately on the economy of Mangaung. According to the statistics, that was done by SARU, the economical boost during such an event over a weekend like that, the inflow of money to the locals and to the Mangaung Metro is roughly 170 million rands over that weekend. Then a MOU was sent to the Mangaung Metro on 22nd of April 2025. We're just waiting for feedback regarding that. And we do take note that the day-to-day maintenance is the responsibility of the Free State Rugby Union. And we're also well informed that all structural maintenance is the responsibility of Mangaung Metro. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to the CEO for question 4.
Chair, if I may, with regards to short-term and long-term solutions, certainly in the short term, what we want to do is we want to be able to present SARU with something. They haven't, since the downgrading of the stadium, we haven't really been given any quantifiable data that says, okay, this is how many flights you need to have, this is your accommodation, this is your... All they've done is they've sent a delegation down to us, and they've said to us, these are the items you need to change. And we've had a look at that list, and like I say, it was up early, and I don't think it's a complex list of items that we need to repair. So just in terms of the physical improvements, I've given the order for the guys to go ahead with the physical improvements. But I think it's critically important that we finalize the MOU with ourselves and the municipality so that we've got something to be able to take to SARU now and say, we've got an agreement on the table, we've done the physical work that you've asked us to do, and we can start moving forward. Within the MOU, we've asked, we understand that there's financial pressures on both sides. Which is why the proposal is a reduced, one of the items is a reduced tariff on our electricity and on our water, to see if we can't come to some sort of agreement there where we get support from the municipality like it. Apparently, I do know, I've had conversations with the municipality, and I think there was a similar agreement for other sports codes that's been offered, which is why we went down this avenue. Yeah, and then long term, I think actively promoting the stadium for various sporting and cultural events. I'm not too sure if you're aware, but there are some other cultural events. There's music concerts coming to the stadium, which, if we fill the stadiums, obviously there's a significant economic benefit to the city. We've got various religious events that take place where they get big crowds coming from out of town, which again, there's a significant economic impact for the city, but really promoting the stadium with sporting and cultural events, and coordinating this with local and provincial government. And then lastly, just for us at the Toyota Cheetahs, we're in a bid to move to an international rugby competition. We want to get back in an international rugby competition. So we used to play in Super Rugby, then we went to the Pro 14 competition, and we've since been moved out of that Pro 14 competition. But we'd like to take hands with the city, we'd like to take hands with the province, and we'd like you to join us in our bid to be able to once again become an international franchise, because if we do, we then get people from outside the province coming to support us at the games. We get the tourists coming from, or the supporters coming from abroad, who come and watch their team at the stadium. And especially if we're going to build a city around the concept of having a sports mecca, we'd like you to support us on this. And then in terms of strategies for collaboration, what we'd like to propose is a task team with representatives from the Free State Rugby Union, from the municipality, as well as soccer, because soccer is another sport that gets played out of the stadium. And what we do is we pull together a committee and we figure out how we can optimize the use of that stadium. Also, the idea of leveraging the three different platforms, so the city's platform, soccer's platform, rugby's platform, to be able to promote the stadium as a venue for sports tourism, as well as other events. And then just finally, I've heard the municipality use on a number of occasions talk about the city being a sports hub, or a sports mecca. but really, standing together and trying to encourage national teams to be able to come play or host their national events or their training camps in the city. And we all start to actually refer to the city as the sports mecca. Okay, so we don't say come to Mangaung, no, we don't say, we say come to the sports mecca. And all three of us working together all of us working together to promote this. I think in closing today, we want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to present. It's nice to be able to come together, because I think we're all in the same page here. We all want the stadium to be upgraded. But there's certain steps that we need to take in order to get to that point. And I don't think we're far away from it. We are committed, as the Free State Rugby Union and the Toyota Cheetahs, we're committed to the development of a world-class facility. We're committed to developing our local talent, and we're committed to driving the economic growth of the city and the province through sports, okay, and through the facility and the platform that we have. So thank you very much.
Thank you, President, and for your presentation. Oh, you want?
No, thank you, Chair. Just permission to step down?
Yes, you can step down.
You so
Thank you,
much.
thank you. Thank you, President, and the CEO of Free State Cheetahs. I know that when you are speaking about the sports tourism, you are speaking to the Chief Whip of the legislature. And I said that to the committee coordinator, we need to have this tier to be here, but I don't see any representation of this tier to be here. Because I said they must also be called so that we they also understand the importance of sports in the economy. And I agree with you to say that we must start to use this language to say that Mangaung is a sports mega. I think even in your corridors of the municipality, say, come to the sports mega, so that we envision it and then we live it ourselves, so that it goes to the broader society. Honorable members, those are the two presentations, the one of the departments and the one of the Free State Cheetahs and Free State Rugby Union. Can we then engage? We have, I want to give you 35 minutes to engage. Honorable, I'm going to start with Honorable Jackelson and then Honorable Pretorius, the Chief Whip, and then the Chairs of Chairs, and then the Deputy Speaker. Honorable Jackelson.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you for the various presentations. Chairperson, I think what needs to be done is pretty clear. We need maintenance at the stadium, and we need the lease agreements and memorandums of understanding to be signed. What is the reason why the administration would not implement a council resolution? That is insubordinate. Chair, so that's very simple. And we've got a time frame here till the end of August. Are they going to do it? They must reply. And if they say they're under administration, they can't do what they meant to do, then what are they sitting here for? Why do we have an MM in the municipality that's earning the salaries that they do? So they must get their act together. They must do what needs to be done in the interests of this municipality, of sports tourism, of creating the hub, and doing something for LED in Mangaung. Chair, that's for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Jackelson. Honorable Pretorius.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the presentations. Chair, I think let me first start by commending the MEC for sports for engaging all of these stakeholders, engaging Mangaung Metro and engaging the Free State Rugby Union, and for taking that step, that proactive step. So I want to really commend her for that. I think in terms of the work that has been done, it's good to see that there has now been work being done, as the MM has alluded to, about the engineers that have been on site, the air cons, the COC that they're busy with. So it's clear that there is work being done now. But my question will then just be to the MM of Mangaung in terms of the actual budget. What has been budgeted for the current financial year towards maintenance at that facility? And I'm also very happy to hear that there's a question, or there was also a response to the Free State Athletics stadium. And I know we're not here to discuss it today, but it's you know that entire corridor is of great value, not only to Mangaung, but to us as a province, and that's why I'm very happy that the MEC engaged. So what is the budget for this year, and then for the 2 outer years, what is Mangaung actually budgeted for in their budget in terms of maintenance at that facility? And then perhaps to the department, is there not any funding available from national, any funding that the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture can engage, or Treasury, or the STIA, in terms of opening up, I'm not sure if it's MIG or so, to see if they can apply for funding? I know a few years ago, the Charles Mupeli Stadium received quite substantial amounts for upgrading to paving. I think it was 27 million for paving around the stadium. So I think if Charles Mupeli could apply for funding, then there should be some funding available. So perhaps the department can assist Mangaung, noting the financial distress they are in, to perhaps access funding from national. And that's where I want to come into in terms of the assets in the province, sporting facilities, that we should perhaps not focus on building new facilities, but to really take stock of what we have across the province and to make sure that those doors are open for our children, for our young athletes, so that we actually maintain what we currently have, that we actually go and look at all of the municipalities across the province to say, but how can we access funding as a province to upgrade and to maintain those facilities? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chief Whip.
Chairperson, I think critical to what issues that have been raised here is was to get a clear reply from Mangaung in relation to issues directly raised by cheaters. Those issues that that are raised in terms of the MOU, how far is it? So the direct response is so that as we move out of here, we have an understanding of how far the process is. The establishment of that task team, how far is it, and what is it that is being done, so that we can then say from here what is it that is left, which we must chase after. Because the ultimate aim is to ensure that we get the stadium into the state that we want it to be. Because every time it's embarrassing that we watch the games there, those TVs are not working. And when it gets darker, you look at the lighting, sometimes I used to ask myself, is this how South African sports is, with the lighting in the stadium, and this is the situation here. And all those issues, is it possible to get have a special this thing for the bills for electricity and water for the stadium, to have that from Mangaung, all those things. But I think all those things depend on the work of this task team, which must be convened. So I will ask many questions, but until we get directly responses to issues raised by rugby, our questions will just go on and on and on. So I think the ball now, the ball is in the court of Mangaung, at least to brief the committee on how far are they with the issues raised by rugby. I think the MMS, city manager said it, that he doesn't have a presentation. He's waiting to respond to the presentation that will be made. So I thought you will give him to respond to that, so that they then update us on how far are they with those issues.
Thank you. In the responses. Yeah, I think that will help. Otherwise, we're going to, what is the state of affairs? Because I'm sure we're common. We cannot allow that downgrading in the interest of the province. Both the stadium being an elephant, what do you call this thing, a white elephant, but broad issues of development of the province. Free State, Bloemfontein in particular, is a city of the sport. Why is government not acting? They should be knowing and articulating that better than us, the people of Mangaung. I think Chairs of Chairs and the Chief Whip, we did say that Mangaung was present, and then they said they are covered with by the stakeholders. So that is why we are moving in this approach that we are moving, because we afforded all the stakeholders an opportunity to present. So, but however, the MM will reply to these issues, and then we'll have also follow-ups, and then we'll conclude it. And can we then get Deputy Speaker?
Thanks, Chair. Let me welcome the presentation from the Rugby Union. And I think I'm going to agree with my colleagues or speak almost in the same breath that it's really disappointing from the side of Mangaung Metro. The Rugby Union states that there is no current lease agreement or an MOU in place between the Rugby Union and Mangaung. It also notes that in terms of maintenance as well, they are lacking in that regard. Now, Chair, this is not the issue of the MOU. One, Mangaung Metro agreed to sign the lease agreement in 2021, yet to date it has not been signed. In April 2025, the MOU again was submitted to Mangaung, but there's still no feedback to the Rugby Union. The delay in responding or signing the lease agreement, the Chair of Chairs has already alluded to that, and how it then has a bearing to the province, noting that the stadium is a provincial strategic asset that needs to be prioritized, and it must also be given priority in terms of its maintenance and compliance. I then would want to find out, one, from Mangaung Metro, why this MOU still has not been signed from 2021, again 2025. There's just no administrative will, political will. It cannot be acceptable, Chair. You see, Chair, last week we had a 2-day session with the National Portfolio Committee on issues of administration in municipalities. And today we're getting a report yet again on how the municipality is slow or just has no will to respond to issues that they should be responding on. There's no, like I said before, there's just no interest in giving priority or state of urgency on matters that really affect the province. And if we continue, Chair, to allow these things to happen under our watch in these portfolio committees, it means that ourselves would have failed our communities and would be failing in our core mandate of the work that we do in this legislature. We would expect answers from Mangaung Metro that must respond on why it has taken them so many years to have those documents signed, to have those resolutions passed in their council. They must give us reasons why up to date we're here and those documents have still not been signed. Why as the province we must lose out and be moved from a category B to a category C because of administrative issues that are lacking in the municipality. And there must be consequence management if they continue to not respond to these issues and give them the agency that they deserve. So I would expect, Chair, that municipality, when it responds, it must respond to give us reasons why, as the questions that have been asked also by other honorable members, why they still have not signed those MOUs. And they must also give us timelines. When do we expect that this issue would be resolved? So that we then can make a follow-up also as this portfolio committee that if they say August and those agreements have not been signed by August, then we must take consequence management on the municipality. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think that it says if the MOU expired in 2021, November 2030, and then it's only now it's been attended to. So then means that if there was no visit by the international rugby, we would have not had or to downgrade the stadium. The stadium was just going to operate without any memorandum of understanding. Because this was a wake-up call saying, we need to have this to be in place. Because for 4 years, there was no memorandum of understanding. The stadium was just operating. No one is responsible. Facilities have been used. We don't know. But let's get answers from Mangaung Metro Municipality. MM?
Thanks very much, honorable members. I think I'll just respond to questions. Why the MOU is taking this long? I might just reflect that we've had engagements with the Free State Rugby Union, I would say since last year on the MOU. But this MOU is not a simple MOU. It is a debt-laden type of MOU, if I may say it so. There are debts that needs to be cleared, if I may say so. And their request is that the council must make concessions on those debts. That is what is delaying us. I must just reflect, Chair, that in our engagements with National Treasury, you must remember that you must know that we are a non-delegated municipality, so our budget issues are directly lying with National Treasury. And they've made it clear to us that we should not make huge investments in terms of sports and other things. So when we make those investments, I think as you have said, Chair, we are taking them in terms of our emphasis of making the Metro a sports maker. I've put that emphasis, we have put that emphasis to National Treasury to say that when we deal with sports, we see it also as part of financial recovery plan. I think what the CEO has presented, whenever there is a major rugby event here, there is a revenue up to the tune of around 200 million indirect that is coming into the city. So we have made that emphasis, but there is that view that focus on basic services. You will see others later. I'm just raising this by the way. So when we deal with the issue of MOU, if it was just a straightforward MOU, but there are a lot of debts that we need to possibly write off as the city in relation to electricity and water. They will tell you, the cheaters, that how many times I've intervened when our service departments wanted to cut them. There was a time there was even a big match. I had to enter that space to say, send like, please don't cut, water, please don't cut. So it's not a simple MOU that we could just sign tomorrow. There are a lot of financial implications. I'm not going to disclose here, Chair. But we have budgeted as a city. Let me say, we've budgeted about 6.9 million mainly for minor repairs, because I think what is required for the stadium is much more. The stadium is old, it has not been repaired for quite some time, and when I say the 6.9 million, the issue of the athletic track also comes into consideration in terms of what has been budgeted for. But we're engaging with the cheaters. There are certain concessions we'll make, and there are certain concessions that we'd expect them to make in terms of making the stadium operational. But the stadium is operational. I think as per the presentation, there are a lot of positives in the stadium. And I must emphasize that the degrading of the stadium as per the presentation of the cheaters is not entirely on basis of the stadium. The issue of the limited hotels, the issues in relation to transport deficiencies, which may not directly be the municipality's issues, come strongly. And I think in our engagements with them, the biggest emphasis was on the issue of shrinking hotels. We don't have hotels in Bloemfontein, so that's the key issue. Yes, and the emphasis on the MOU, yes, we'll sign the MOU. We're anticipating that before the 25th of August, we would have signed. Once we have cleared some of the things, I've said to the HOD that we'll spend time tomorrow to clear some of these issues. Yes, they've given us their memorandum of their draft MOU, but you know the MOU is an engagement issue. We are not going to tie the council to what it cannot afford or what it has not budgeted for. And I've said, when we take the item to council for a debt write-off, it will not be the entire amount. I've said to the team that we must also get, to some extent, the statements of the Free State Rugby Union, so that, as we do with the citizens, so that we can see where we make concessions, if the concessions are reasonable in terms of what they are willing to concede on their side. So tomorrow we'll dedicate a day to dealing with that, but I had made it firm. I've put a firm proposal to the HOD that whatever we cannot resolve, we can look at 2 layers of agreements. We can do a short term to enable the operations to continue, and we can do both short term and long term to ensure that the long term, remember, is also, as you are correctly saying, it's a council decision. So we don't want to take a council decision that will land anyone in a soup, if I may say so. But we are fully focused, and we have made it clear that we will engage also the National Department of Sports with regard to the long-term improvements on the stadium. For instance, the rugby track would require about 26 million to be overhauled. We are going to put just a little for this financial year, but to do the 26 million one, it will require external funding. The stadium itself, as they've correctly reflected, may require more for increased capacity, but also to ensure that it remains sustainable. It's a long time that there's not been a proper, I can say, condition assessment. We have worked with them now. They've reflected the condition of the stadium. So also from our side, we'll start making budget priorities for the stadium. So essentially, we are not neglecting this asset. It's our asset. We do not want it, when we have leased it to someone, to come back in a bad condition, or when we lease it to them, that we do such a lease not in good faith. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable members, the MM says it's a difficult MOU. I'm not sure. But let me give it to you, honorable members. Honorable Jackelson, Honorable Chief Whip, the chairs of chairs.
Thank you, Chair. What is of
Chair,
concern
Chair.
to me?
MEC? Yes, MEC, we will give you.
Can I say something? Maybe it will help the members as they
Okay.
interrogate this matter.
Okay.
The issue of I hear the city manager saying that there are issues of the budget and that they have to focus on service delivery. Upon trying to get ways and means of fixing the facilities in the province, including the athletics stadium, I did reach out to National. At National, I spoke to Chief Director Infrastructure. And Chief Director Infrastructure, I've been to Mangaung myself, having meetings with the executive mayor. And at some point, I remember at a meeting we held at 8 o'clock, Mangaung by that time agreed that there was a budget that they were going to use. And let's set that aside. But what I've discovered is that all the municipalities do have access to grant. And in the grant that they receive, they are supposed to receive, there is a certain percentage that is particularly supposed to go to sports facilities. It's just that the municipalities is either, one, they choose not to access that grant, or two, they choose not to use that grant for what it is meant for. And not only Mangaung, because you could also see the state of the facilities in Kwakwa, for example, Charles Mupedi, and other stadiums. So I know that there is that grant, and in that grant, there is that a percentage that is meant for the stadium. And to say you have to prioritize service delivery issues, it becomes a problem, because you are mandated in terms of the Constitution to take care of those facilities. And it's part of service delivery, because as and when we come in as the sports, we don't get anything as the department, but the economic spin-offs that come when there are games, they go to the city of Mangaung when the games are held in Mangaung. And secondly, the issue of the downgrade of the stadium, we disputed the fact that it is because of the accommodation. If you can recall, this province has been holding big games. We've held World Cup in 2010 and many other games at international and national level. And even the SARU CEO, when he was here, we did make that fact to say that could not be the issue, because we were still grappling with the reasons why they've downgraded that stadium. So I just wanted to clarify that to the members, that Mangaung must remember that there is that grant. Why are they not using that grant to fix the stadium? Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Jackelson, and then it's Honorable Chief Whip, Chairs of Chairs, and Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and I think the inputs from the MEC are very important. Chair, we were told that in September, the South African Rugby Union are going to determine the tests for the next 3 years. So we don't have time on our side. And if I listen correctly, the South African Rugby Union have some basic requirements that need to be done. It's an MOU with Mangaung, a facelift of the media center, second toilet at the doping room, sports presentation room, a couple of things like that. Surely these aren't major things that need to be done. And the others, there should be phases in the implementation of this. So deal with the immediate things to get the tests here, because that's where the money comes in. 170 million, the rugby union says, the MM says 200 million for a weekend. That's a lot of money, Chair. And I agree with the MEC, we do have hotels and guest houses here. Look at Makufi and other events as well. But Chair, I'm still concerned because the MM says the financial implications, which he's not going to expose here. Where does he want to expose it? This is the committee, we've asked him questions. Tell us what the financial implications are and expose it to us. The concessions that need to be made. He says there need to be concessions in these negotiations. What are the concessions? What are the requirements from Mangaung? We still don't have answers to these questions. What is the holdup regarding the lease agreement and the MOU? We just get told there's a holdup and there are concessions and financial implications. What physically are the problems? And then we can perhaps assist him with dealing with these problems. But we mustn't be just given these vague things, Chair, because the committee can't deal with vagueness. And not going to expose things here and answers like that. Before the 25th of August, I think this committee must resolve that these issues must be dealt with so that we can get tests in Mangaung. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chief Whip. Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Chairperson, I think mine was on the issues of practicality. We need to have that task team working. Obviously, issues already are there to be attended to. So, what we need to do is the timelines. But it will be so much important that we need in between to have presentation to this committee again, so that we can understand that task team, how far it has gone, to deal with all those critical issues. I think the manner in which the Mangaung is approaching it, I do understand their, the manner in which they are approaching this matter, but also it must also be juxtaposed with issues that have been raised by the MEC, that there are those budgets of sports, but we must also take advantage of the national minister is from here, that maybe we can't find our way of twisting his arm to do something for the sake of turning things around in the Free State. But I think that will depend too much on the work that has to be done by that task team. I so much, it's a pity that as we get this presentation, we get it at the time when the committee has not done any work, that task team has not done any work. Now the key issue is whether is that task team, the manner in which it's being reflected, whether is it well represented in terms of the critical stakeholders that are needed to be part of. I think they said it's Mangaung, Rugby Union, and soccer. So you miss the department there in that task team. I don't know who else. So that you have all the critical elements that are needed in that task team, and then get the timelines in terms of the critical achievements that must be attained. And when can we, as the committee, get an update a report in terms of the progress that would have been achieved by the committee? I think that those are critical issues at the moment. Thanks, Chair.
Chairs of chairs.
Chair, thanks. I will obviously not disagree with my colleagues, and for a simple reason that I am picking up that their interest is that we need to find a solution to the problem. But I'm also glad, Chair, that I said my comments will come after the questions are responded to, so that we fully appreciate what Mangaung says were confronted with these particular dilemmas. For us to be able to ensure that the solution is we find a solution. And Chair, my immediate take-home point is that you are yet confronted with a challenge that we are finding it difficult to resolve as a result of the system of our government. They call it IGR. I didn't want to throw a concept that colleagues who are not part of us do not understand. The ability of all governance areas responsible to help us find a solution are part of the processes that seeks a solution. If you listen well, the MM says, look, there are these requirements which we must meet, given the status of the municipality. Number one, Treasury has got to somehow give concurrence. It must allow us. If concurrence is a deep concept. It must allow us to be able to engage in such type of agreement. That's what he says. Number two, we also appreciate, as colleagues here, that our government has got it's designated in terms of 3 levels of, and there's no big brother between national, provincial, and local government. Local government is also established through, pieces of the legislation which designate its authority. And for the council, Chief Whip, to move and write off, the debt, it's another process on its own which equally is guided by the law, and you don't just do it willy-nilly. I think that's where the quagmire is. Chair. And that's why I fully agree with the Chief Whip that probably the task team, as opposed to receiving presentations that in themselves have got an undertone of contestation. But one report from the task team that says to us, because as a portfolio committee of Parliament, and Honorable Jackelson is correct, you can't come to us with parables. You say, Rugby Union is owing us 1 billion. And tell us why you can't write it off. Why was an item not presented to council? Time us. This thing ended in 2001. It borders on the matters of the commitment by the municipality. So that we don't have an experience of what is happening in Kwak. That stadium is a white elephant now. Formerly beautiful stadium which, amongst other things, sought to help us to resolve some of the social ills in areas like Kwakwa that are poverty-stricken. The development of young people into sports and the relationship between that and the schools. And how through schools and education we must heighten up the importance of enlisting these young people into sport. So I think there's that problem. But we are not told how much is it that Rugby Union is owing the municipality. That's number one for me. It has got to come out very clear. 2, why was the item not being presented to council? What are the requirements? So that we don't go through cycles. Committee of Parliament has got its own powers. And when a matter is presented to it, we act in the best interest of the people. Not friends, not colleagues. The beneficiation that goes to our people is what guides us. And I'll be very quick to agree with sentiment that says the matter was not handled properly. 2001 up until now. And that must underpin, because the Committee of Parliament, like this one, we even have a right to subpoena anybody, including National Treasurer. We can say, no, it's fine. If at the level of intergovernmental relations, the Department of Sport, the Municipality, Treasury, and everybody else from within the structures of government is unable to come together, we'll say, fine. Next week, we will make a special meeting. All of you, again, you need to come back. And we want the following. And out of that meeting, a solution should have been founded. Where's giving the deadlines? Because now you brought it to us. We don't want that we lose this opportunity and we have yet another 3 years. And we are trapped into the red tape of governance, unable to move and deal with what we need to deal with. Chair, here is my proposal. I agree with the Chief Whip about the issue of the committee. That the city manager, that committee needs to begin to do what it's supposed to do ASAP as soon as yesterday. The issue of the deadline must be what is going to guide us. 2, Chair, my proposal, we request the MM to elevate the issue of the item to council for writing off of debts, including this one if the rugby union is unable to pay it. And if it qualifies, of course, to be written off, because I'm sure there are all these legal requirements for a debt to be written off. Or exhaust the means to ensure that the rugby union is able to respond to this requirement. 2014, I used to sit like my chair there. I was chairing this committee. And at that point, we did consider the issues about Honorable Jackelson was part of us. If I recall properly, if I recall well, government used to give rugby union about 1 million per annum. At that time, I don't know what happened to that. So I'm saying there's always been a relationship between the rugby people and government in the province. Precisely because, look, Free State and Mangaung is as colleagues have been saying about the sport hub. It has been a very important passion which has got some filtering into the economy for the people of this province. You would know about Siwele, soccer, and the current issues now that are characterizing that issue. Whether you are on the left or on the right, that's not our interest. The interest is that passion has got to be illuminated so that people of the Free State see themselves through the expression of sports in the province. The last one, Chair, is that, as you summarize, that we put timelines chasing the September deadline, so that the MEC also can come on board and help. Because it won't help us at this point that the MMA is going to come and say, no, MEC, it's just an understanding that we can reprioritize those resources for that, but municipality has decided otherwise. We want a solution of the collective of that particular team. I don't know how will the chair approach it, but my wish will be that before September, then we have the second bite. The Chief Whip says, then progress has been presented, and we appreciate that. Otherwise, it would become a dereliction of duty on our part as Parliament that the matter came to us and there was no solution. And the province loses You know, I just don't want to waste time, Chair, but the people from the Department of Sports will know also about that center, the National International Center of Sports Development, which was supposed to come to our province. And there were issues for many years, Honorable Jagels. I don't know where are we now about that. So we don't want that repeat. We don't want the repeat of Charles Mupedi Stadium in Kwak. We cannot afford that the stadium collapses, let alone degrading. But that degrading also, we need to counteract it. We need to respond and return it back, because I appreciated the implications and they are huge in the interest of the development. Service delivery is not only closing a pothole. We can't limit it to that. Municipalities has got an inherent responsibility to develop the economy, but also to advance social development as it regards to sports. Young people can't be born into a community anymore that has got no amenities to encourage and to inspire them through sports. I mean, the world over now, as I conclude, Chair, sport is no longer an issue of recreation. It is also a career. We know by the Cheetahs, many of our boys there have advanced, they've made it in life through rugby, through, you know, participating into our local team in the Free State. So let's not deny the future that is coming after us, such opportunities. And I know that my chief whip, 1962, as a young person, there was no soccer field for him. Honorable Jackelson had. It's not his fault because of the system by then. So we can't sit here and we prepare a future that reflects our history. We will fail in our political duty as members of parliament. And that's why all of you take an oath when you are inside this August House. We have taken our oath ourselves. We're elected by the people. That's why we're called public representatives. So I'm saying, Chair, it must not be a meeting for the sake of the meeting, and we're going to tick a box that we did our work as a portfolio committee of parliament. By the way, this report, the Chair is going to table it in the sitting of the House that is coming. And when it's adopted, through recommendation by these members, it shall be a legal document that nobody should transgress it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairs. Deputy Speaker.
Clear proposals. The committee get an upgrade.
Yeah, Harry summarize.
No, I'm making proposals before you summarize.
Okay, but let's allow the Deputy Speaker, then we'll get to.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, I think Honorable Meko has really touched on a number of issues, and which almost is a build-up to your summary, and I want to align myself with those sentiments. But I also want to appreciate the report that we received from the MEC, which has also empowered us in our summary on what then needs to be done going forward. Because the CM, when he was responding on the why and you know, Chair of Chair is correct to say perhaps it needs an approach of IGR, because it involves a number of different stakeholders. This is why the MEC then comes in to say, in fact, there is a process that she had already initiated in speaking to National Treasury, where there's a grant, a funding that must come to the municipality that they can tap into, take a portion of that, and they're able to then assist in the maintenance of the stadium, together with all of these other proposals that have been made by the honorable members. The CM makes a commitment. I'm not sure, Chair of Chairs, I hear Ubuaka 6 September. The commitment that he made, nearly yadi 25 August. So that task team must then work around the date that the CM himself has proposed. But all of this, like I have already proposed, Chair, that in line with the consultation with the MEC, because there's an initiation that has already been done by the MEC in that regard. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Chief Whip, in
Thank you
short.
so much. Chair. Mine is very short.
Okay, Deputy Chief Whip, in short.
Chairperson, I
yes.
agreed with the collective. I agree with the collective, but I just want to, can we please brought the mayor or maybe the troika in our next meeting? Why I'm saying this, Chair, because they are political hate, specifically on issues of council resolution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Whip. Chief Whip?
Chairperson, my suggestion is that
Just a correction, Chair.
Yeah, we'll give you MEC. Let's hear the Deputy Chief Whip on proposal. I mean, Chief Whip on the proposals.
Okay.
my suggestion is that we get a progress report in 2 weeks' time from the task team, and that the task team be beefed up. We have a government, provincial government involved. Then the other issue is that on that progress report that we must get is to get an update on the issue of the debt. Then we get a progress report on the upgrade, and the upgrade must center around those issues that have been raised, like lighting, screens, and all that. And then that we also get a report on approaching the national department and on assistance. And lastly, that we also need to get an approach to provincial government on what provincial government can do to assist in this matter, so that it's not only confined to the Department of Sports, but because this matter of the stadium it's a matter of sports tourism also, and other aspects of our life. We need the participation of provincial government in the matter. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, honorable members. We don't have time now, ma'am. Okay. Yeah, because I wanted to say to you that these questions that honorable members have asked, you should reply to them in writing, and you have 7 days to do so. Because I think it's a wide 13:48 now, and at 2 o'clock we're supposed to be embarking on an oversight visit. So I wonder if you are comfortable, or if you still want to speak, I can give you. But don't be too low in writing.
Chair, I just wanted
yeah,
to
well, I'm
correct
giving you
something for the
MEC.
sake of record.
Yes, MEC, yes, we're giving you. And then you, I'll come back to, let's hear then to the MEC. MEC?
No, Chair, I actually I don't have anything to say, but that I get it, these meetings are recorded, and whatever I say here, it has implications. The department I've been engaging with, it's not a treasury, it's the National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. So that is where, in my trying to find assistance, so not treasury. I just wanted to correct that for record purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. You can. Yeah.
No, I thought I should just, maybe one issue, Chair. The commitment remains, but we'll report to this House. I want to just put it clear that we are not on antagonistic terms with the cheaters. We'll find a solution. But I also thought I should correct that we are not a recipient of MIG. We are recipient of other grants. MIG is the one that would have a portion that deals with sports allocation. The grants that we are receiving do not have that. I thought I should just maybe put that one, but we'll respond to all issues as raised, and the commitment remains we benefit a lot from our relationship with Cheetahs. I think Honorable Jankelson also just requested that I give the numbers. I don't know if you would want me to give the numbers. The numbers, there are two sides to the numbers. There are what they are owing us, which is around 20 million, and there are waivers, which they've requested to the tune of around 5 million. So the numbers are, you can hear that it's not simple numbers. I've requested our CFO to send me the correct numbers, but we'll give the numbers in writing in terms of what has been raised, but with emphasis that we want to solve this issue. We don't want to lose the Cheetahs or any of the sporting teams that are based here in Mangaung. Thanks very much.
Thank you, MM. This is how we're concluding the matter, that in 2 weeks' time, we must get first and foremost, the questions that honorable members have raised. MM, you have 7 days to reply to them in writing. You'll get the email from the committee coordinator. In 2 weeks' time, we must get the update on the task teams. The task team that is supposed to be established, issues of writing off the debt, the process, what is it, what does the law say, what are the thresholds, an update on infrastructural issues that needs to be attended to. And it's an advice that as well that this committee is giving to you, all stakeholders, that when you constitute that task team, ensure that you have decision makers in that task team, because you are running against time. Don't go and put someone in that task team that is not going to take a decision, because you'll come here to report to us that you could not take a decision because you had to wait for the mayor or you had to wait for the CEO of Free State Cheetahs. We don't want that. Put people who take decisions in that task team, because we are racing against time. And the other issue is that we note the issue of the mayor. When we meet, probably by the 19th, before the 25th, we're going to meet by now. We're just looking at the possible date, but it might be that we have an oversight of infrastructure. We'll just check what time are we concluding. But on the 19th, when we're meeting on the 19th, the same, we'll want to get reports of all this work of these proposals that honorable members have set, an update on all of them. And so forth, we are able to ensure that people of the Free State, they do get to enjoy, to watch rugby, and the Springboks comes to Free State and play. And I agree that the issue of accommodation and transport is not, that has never been an issue in the Free State and in Mangaung. You'd always have to make engagements, especially with the issues of airlines. And I agree that the president of Free State Rugby Union and Free State Cheetahs, they are saying that they have already went on a lake to engage some of the airlines. So those are not the issues, issues of accommodations, and the serious issue that we want to deal with. The MOU must be finalized. There's debt. How are you going to, if there's a threshold, the law that must be followed, what is it that it needs to be followed? And then what is it that you are scraping? If it's 20 million, if you are saying 20, but you know in council, what is it that you need to do in terms of that and the laws? So we are agreeing that we're going to meet again on the 19th of August, because this issue is urgent and we need to conclude it, and then so that we get the stadium to be moved to grade B or level B. And I know that we are president of Cheetahs, I'm a CEO, and the president of Cheetahs, we are playing on Friday. Yeah, I attend this rugby. I'm a big fan, Honorable Jankelson of Cheetahs. I think Honorable Verna knows that I'm always watching rugby, and people, they don't believe me when I say so, but it's okay. But let's meet on Friday. But those who are going to the rugby game, let's meet on Friday, and we'll meet again on the 19th of August to conclude on, get an update on these particular issues. But we will agree with the tone of the Deputy Speaker that consequence management, especially on the issue that there's been 4 years without an MOU. The stadium was in use, there was no MOU since from 2021, November till now. Who is the person that is responsible for that stadium, the unit, the manager? We want to get to that person. Who is that particular person and what has been done? Because there's a client that is there, it's Free State Cheetahs. And why the MOU for 4 years, it was not active into place. So consequence management, they must be implemented, and that also would want to get an update on the names and the person that is responsible for such, because there might have been a revenue generated from there, from that particular MOU. With those words, honorable members, Free State, all the department, MEC, MEC till we meet again. And next time when we meet, please bring your HOD along. MEC, don't come without the HOD. We want him here, and that meeting is the meeting that we said will deal with the APP and the strategic plan of the department. Honorable members and everyone, the meeting is closed. Thank you. On Friday, Free State Cheetahs is playing. We are on the stadium, 7 o'clock, the game. Eh?
The CEO must say something to the members.